right now. So give Troy a call at 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash. And he can close in 7 days. So call Troy Hansford. Get more money at 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433.
Troy Hansford, RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Will you have the income you need for retirement? Worried about your investments? There's something you can do about it. A plan guaranteed in writing not to lose a dime. Guaranteed returns, income for life. Call now for a free retirement evaluation and get a free best-selling book by certified financial planner Joe Chiano. 303-779-6600. The book, Smart Money Moves. And it's free. 303-779-6600. Free retirement review and a book. 303-779-6600.
Hi folks, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. My wife Susan and I started Done Right in our garage in 1985, doing a little of everything. We've grown to be one of the largest companies of our kind in Colorado, specializing in kitchens, baths, counters, floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Serving Colorado for nearly 40 years. And what an adventure it's been. We've learned that the fundamentals of a successful business never change. That is, treat people like you want to be treated, do good work, price fairly, and back up what you say. That's our success formula. Here's our son Todd.
That's right, Dad. Been hearing that my whole life from you and Mom. Folks, whether it's a first-class kitchen renovation, an awesome turnkey bathroom remodel, a full-service basement finish for some extra space, or replacement windows and doors that will wow you, give us a call. With an 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about, now couldn't be a better time.
Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, windows, and doors. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. Call us to reserve your spot in our schedule. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
Summertime in Colorado is awesome, but not if you suffer from joint pain in your knees or shoulders. Michael Brown here, and the good news is QC Kinetics has the most advanced treatments for your knee and shoulder pain with advanced regenerative medicine treatments. QC Kinetics harnesses your own body's power to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Many of you know the benefits of QC Kinetics, and I've met you at the clinic. Get moving again without drugs, without surgery, and without any downtime. This is the future of joint pain medicine, and QC Kinetics offers a free consultation to get you started at their clinics in either Aurora or Superior. If your knees or joints are always hurting, don't learn to live with it. Get lasting relief instead. Call QC Kinetics today and tell them Michael Brown sent you. Remember, with QC Kinetics, there's no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986. Call for that free consultation. 303-900-8986.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Another smoky day with an air quality alert in place until 4 p.m. for the Front Range. It's going to be a hot one, too. Temperatures reaching into the mid-90s. I'm Box 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Progressive Insurance makes it easy to save money. When you bundle your auto policy with home, condo, or renters, you'll earn a multi-policy discount. Easy to bundle, easy to save. Visit Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The arrival of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington has brought out a flurry of protesters. There was a sit-in at a congressional office building yesterday at which at least 200 people were arrested. Benjamin Netanyahu will address both houses of Congress this afternoon and meet with President Biden tomorrow. FBI Director Christopher Wray on Capitol Hill about the investigation into the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump, including that shooter Thomas Crooks used a drone to scope out the area.
Around 3:50 p.m., 4 o'clock in that window, on the day of the shooting, that the shooter was flying the drone around the area.
He says the drone was flying about 200 yards from the stage. President Biden will address the nation tonight. He'll deliver a primetime speech explaining why he's decided to drop his bid for re-election. This is ABC News. A new look this morning at the scope of the hunger problem around the world.
Compared to last year, no improvement. In Rome, David Laborde from the International Food and Agriculture Organization.
We are at a high level of hunger in the world. 733 million people are in chronic hunger, and basically the same number that last year.
Boiling the numbers down, hunger affects 1 out of every 11 people in the world and 1 out of 5 in Africa, with the numbers there rising. Tom Rivers, ABC News at the Foreign Desk.
Those trash balloons that North Korea keeps floating over the border into South Korea, now making it as far as the presidential office compound. Officials say so far nothing lethal has been found in any of the balloons. And flights at a German airport halted for a couple of hours today. Police say 5 climate activists glued themselves to a taxiway early this morning at the Bonn-Cologne airport in western Germany. They have now been removed. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. Or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast.
Tommy there?
Association.org.
Yes, sir.
Brought to you by
Awesome.
Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
Yes, sir.
K-How News Time, 10:03.
Democrats in Colorado and across the country are endorsing Vice President Harris to be their party's presidential nominee. 95% of Colorado's delegates to the Democratic National Convention have pledged to support Harris's nomination. State Representative Naquita Rick spoke with Fox 31.
Kamala Harris is the best, and she's very well qualified VP that can be president, and I think she's ready to take the reins. And so it's just important that Democrats go in united as we go into this convention.
State Democratic Party Chair Shad Murab says there's no one better prepared to prosecute the case against Donald Trump than Vice President Harris. The bird flu outbreak is getting worse. Colorado is now the first in the nation to order weekly testing for it at all dairy farms. Officials have not been able to control the virus since it began spreading among cattle in April. Nearly half of the state's herds have reported infections. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America.
Some new slowdowns south of town for folks heading into the metro area. I-25 northbound before Ridgegate Parkway, exit 192. We've got a crash blocking 2 left lanes. We're seeing about 30 minutes of delays for folks heading into town. Otherwise, a beautiful drive throughout the metro area this morning. I-25 north and southbound, otherwise showing highway speeds through Denver. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to PIA and back again. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, another hot one out there today, folks. High 94. Overnight low of 64. Mostly sunny tomorrow with a high of 98 degrees. It's a hot July. The current temperature in Denver is 77. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHO.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A., copyright 2024.
You have our word will treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
If you're talking, they will hear you every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. 0 tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt, that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so...
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying that Matt's gonna be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, green. That's green. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We are here to solve problems. That's really, if you had to give our show a purpose, media with a purpose, I call it, it's solving problems. That's what we try to do each and every day. So welcome to the show. The only show anywhere that does it, recovering hundreds of millions of dollars over the years in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services. Now, sometimes we're popular, sometimes we're not. It really depends on what side of the fence you're on. If you want to know about the good people, it's referralist.com. That's in a nutshell. And the commercials here on the show, most of them are members of the referral list, of course, all of our endorsements. And then Sleaze Brigade is about just the opposite of referral list. Sleaze Brigade is the worst of the worst of the worst. And then, of course, on different forms of social media, I try to publish posts and videos on stuff. And welcome, by the way, online people and people who stream, people who download. If you're downloaded this show or this podcast and you want to get help, it's 303-MARTINO 24/7. Let's go to the phones. What do you say? Catherine's got an apartment issue. So, Catherine, what's happening? You start things off today. What's going on, Catherine?
Hi, Tom.
Hi.
Yeah, it's a lot to unpack, but basically we discovered mold behind our couch in our apartment. Our water heater was leaking for who knows how long, and we were forced to live in a hotel with me, my husband, our dog, and my 6-month-old baby. And we were also then forced to leave our lease and spend $10,000-$15,000 to move into a new home and pay for the hotel out of pocket, pay for food out of pocket, moving costs out of pocket, and we've had absolutely no answers from the apartment complex, from their corporate office, or their insurance.
That was a good summary there, Catherine. So let me ask you a few questions, okay?
Sure.
These are important questions.
Sure.
Were you in the middle of a lease?
Yes.
And what kind of lease?
Like a year-long lease. We had just signed.
How
in
much time
February.
did you have left on your lease?
Like 6 months still, 6-7 months.
Okay.
Maybe 8.
Now, okay. You were in a 1-year lease with about 8 months left. And when you left, how did you do it? Exactly how did you do it? And I want people listening to know there's a proper way to do this. I want to know, let's go back even. How do you know the mold was the dangerous, toxic mold?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great question, actually. So we just happened to move the couch off the wall and see that there was just this black mold growing, right?
Yeah.
And to me, this has happened before when I was younger and in our apartment, so I know what mold looks like.
Yeah, but not all mold. Mold is not great, but not all mold is that toxic or dangerous, and sometimes it can be easily mitigated. So this is important. So how did you know it was dangerous?
We don't know, actually. There was no environmental testing done. They told us that legally they were not required to do any kind of testing.
That's right.
On it at all.
Catherine, that's kind of true. Here's the situation. If you discover, and anyone listening, if you discover in a rental mold, you can't assume it's deadly and break a lease without consequences. Now, I will tell you, the laws are a lot different now, and they favor tenants. In Colorado, with our more progressive and liberal government, and I'm not saying this as a political statement, it's a fact. We have laws now that cater to tenants. So there are a lot of, the courts are pretty lenient on tenants, but you still have to have some kind of reason for breaking a contract. But I need to know first, how long ago did you leave the apartment?
We left Friday, July 19th.
Okay, July 19th. Now, when you left, did you first say and do it through what's called a constructive eviction? In short, here's what you have to do. You have to write to the landlord saying, we have a situation, it's dangerous, here's why, it needs to be fixed within a reasonable amount of time. And then if it's not fixed, you're supposed to withhold rent and use that money to fix it. And if you don't do that, then you leave. And if you leave, it's a constructive eviction. However, if any of those assertions you made are incorrect, if the mold is not dangerous, if it's not in the air, because you don't know any of this, you didn't have any testing done, it was actually your burden to prove that the landlord was violating your lease by a dangerous condition. So I fear you did it the wrong way, but that may not have consequences. As I said, in today's climate, a lot of landlords are not going after people and letting them go. So are you in trouble right now?
Yeah.
What's happening? In other words, is the landlord coming after you?
No, they're not coming after us, but we've just, been forced to.
Now, if you're thinking you're going to collect expenses, it's going to be really, really difficult because you have zero evidence. Now you understand, Catherine, I am not saying you did the wrong thing. I am telling you the facts of life. You have zero evidence that the mold was dangerous. You have zero evidence mold spores were in the air. You have zero evidence you had to move and that you couldn't have just had someone come in and clean it. I mean, all of this. Now, was the water heater continuing to leak after you discovered the mold, or was it a condition that happened previously?
So I had discovered that it was leaking.
And then, did the leak get fixed? Did the leak get fixed?
Yes.
But the mold was still there?
Yes.
Did you know that if a water leak is stopped and there is mold, it can be treated 1 or 2 times and be eradicated, as long as the food source, water, is stopped? Did you know that could happen? That's how simple it was?
No, I guess they just didn't explain that to us. And
Who's they, Catherine? Who didn't explain it to you?
I guess just the manager of the leasing office. She just.
You assumed it was dangerous for you and your husband and your 6-month-old baby and your dog, right?
I mean, yeah, when you're having health issues that are not explained.
What kind of health issues?
Figured.
What kind of health issues?
My husband's been suffering from respiratory issues, especially like upper respiratory issues, been on lots of antibiotics.
Did a doctor tell him it was mold related?
No, but once we did tell them that we found mold in our apartment, she said that could be the cause.
Well, of course it could be, and so could any number of things. Again, I'm not trying to belittle you. I'm saying it sounds, Catherine, like, okay, if I were, how much did you incur in expenses total? Add them up. How much, roughly?
To move and all of that?
Yeah. Well, now that's funny because you really don't get to just do everything, but extra expenses as a result of the mold. Normal moving expenses are not extra, but like hotels extra, things like that. How, if you had to just put a price on your expenses or what you're calling your damages, how much is it?
It was like $1,500.
That's really,
For the
really
hotel.
low. That's really low. Here, have you asked them for it?
Yeah, and we told them, we need the hotel, the food, and all of that, and they're like, yeah, our insurance will reach out to you, and we just haven't heard anything.
Here's the thing. Again, I don't think you have a strong case, but I don't know if the landlord knows you have a strong case. I mean, the landlord was supposed to be given an opportunity to fix it, or you could have fixed it. It's called mitigating your loss and then taking it off the rent. I wish you would have called us when this was happening. But right now, it's too late. You're out. Are you in a new place right now?
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. So they can't hurt your credit or hurt your chances of getting another place. You're already in another place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's good. Now what you do, there's two things. We will have someone contact the landlord to see if they take responsibility for this. If they ask for evidence, we're going to have a problem, right? You have no evidence it was dangerous. You have no evidence your health was involved because of it. You have no direct evidence of anything. You don't even know if the mold spores were in the air. So we can just hope that if we call, they might settle and pay you something. You're lucky they're not coming after you for the balance of the lease. So another thing you can do, though, if you feel strongly about your case, even though you have no evidence, and I don't know how far you can BS them without them calling your card and saying, show your cards. But you could go to small claims court. I wouldn't go for $1,500. I would add up more. I would try to make it at least $2,000 or more. Go to small claims court and sue them for damages. And tell them it was a result of black mold that they did not attend to. Do you have pictures of this mold?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you do a small claims court?
Yeah.
And
so I have one question though.
Go ahead.
This happened on like a Saturday, right? So not the manager doesn't work on the weekends. She wasn't there. She called the maintenance man.
Wait, you didn't move out immediately, did you? The next day, did you? Or
no, we had to just go to a hotel.
But what made you think you had to go to a hotel that day?
It just scared my husband, and he just thought we needed to leave and go, and so that they can come in and fix it, right?
And people get really bent out of shape over mold.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why.
they
So
came in
anyway, it
without
happened
us
on a
knowing.
Saturday. Continue with your question.
Yeah. So it happened on a Saturday. The manager doesn't work. The remediation companies don't work on the weekends. We had no answers over the weekend, and so the maintenance man came in and he said that he wiped it off the wall and then sprayed it with the bleach spray or something without us knowing. So we couldn't really even get testing done if we wanted to because they already kind of came in.
Well, no, it would have been good to get testing done. You could have seen if they killed it. You could have seen that they killed it or not. Mm-hmm. I mean, what I'm saying is I think you jumped the gun, but I want you to hold on because I'm going to have one of our deputies call the landlord to see if they will do something for you. Let's just see if they'll do something for you. I mean, and then you might want to consider small claims court. But I'm telling you personally, I think you're going to lose. I not lose like, I don't think they're going to pay you is what I mean. I just don't think you're going to get the money. I think the whole thing was done in haste. And I have to take a break, but it's coincidental. On our break, I have someone, Mark Szymanski, who actually is in the mold detection and remediation business. And when we come back after the break, what I'd like to do is ask Mark his opinion on this because it was a one-time thing, a water heater leak. They killed it. They treated it. What could have been done to at least see if it was effective? And I think he's going to tell you it was a way overreaction, but we'll see. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Waterpros.net, the best water systems, the lowest prices anywhere, purified, wonderful water at your kitchen sink, just $1,400 fully installed, 303-862-5554.
If addiction, trauma, depression, or anxiety are making you feel alone, the Raleigh House is here for you. With 2 locations in Denver, our team of professionals at the Raleigh House provides a premium level of care, offering both inpatient and outpatient services. The Raleigh House can meet you where you're at. Our substance abuse and mental health services at the Raleigh House can provide a place where you can reconnect, find your purpose, and heal. Call 720-797-8717 to get the help you need. That's the Raleigh House, 720-797-8717.
You know, in Colorado, we have a constant struggle with the exterior of our homes, whether it be wood siding, any kind of siding, anything on the outside of our home, because the sun is so intense and we're at a high altitude and we have severe weather. So we're on a search all the time for low maintenance and good stuff. So I want to bring up Genesis Total Exteriors. Mark Szymanski's the owner, and I've known Genesis for years. They do everything on the outside of your house, from roofing, gutter, siding, stucco, windows, doors, decks, painting.
Anyway, this price for that one blue house that I was problem with.
Hey, Mark, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you about this new siding. What I was saying is, we're always on a search for siding that'll hold up in our weather, in our climate, and not need constant maintenance. And I understand that you have some new siding. Tell us about it.
Tom, this new siding just hit the market. It is called Align. It's a glass-reinforced polymer graphite infused polystyrene technology.
Wow, that's a mouthful. Yeah.
Typically, isn't it though? Usually, when you do vinyl siding, especially in Colorado, you can only do colors of white, a light yellow, a light tan. That's your limited. That's all you have for colors, a light gray also. This product comes in all new colors, dark, deep grays, blues, reds, rust colors. It's an amazing product, and it comes in the same cost as a vinyl siding.
Now, they say it never, ever, ever needs any maintenance of painting, nothing. Is that true? And it's moisture resistant and has a lifetime warranty.
Lifetime warranty. It also is a Class A fire rating, which is amazing. I mean, vinyl doesn't have that. Vinyl just melts off your house if you have a fire. This product is brand new. It comes insulated, so it has the insulating board behind it. It is truly amazing, and it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And again, typically you put vinyl on a house that's, a lower end market house. This product you could put on any house because it's so beautiful.
And they call it a composite siding. So what actually, is it like a vinyl, or is it like a plastic, or is it a metal? What is it?
Yeah. No, you touch it and it feels like vinyl. I mean, you touch it, fiberglass. They don't call it fiberglass; they call it a glass reinforced.
Is it more rigid?
Yeah, because it has that insulation behind it too, so it is a little bit more rigid. The expansion and contraction is minimal, which is a big deal with vinyl siding. That's why you have the problems with heat. Is
cool.
Expansion and contraction. That's where you get bubbling and such.
All right. Hey, Mark, I want to give out your number. Align Siding. Look for it. Glass fibrous, reinforced siding. And it's 303-679-8509, 679-8509. And, Mark, hold on. I want to talk to you about that mold coming up. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Hey, if you're looking for countertops right now, you can get a price on the phone from theartofgranite.com. It says granite, the name, but they do any natural stone or man-made countertops, and they'll give you a quote on the phone. They even give you materials at wholesale. You pay for fabrication and installation, and then if you can find remnants, they give them to you free of charge. Theartofgranite.com, 303-679-8509. Okay, I'm sorry, that's Genesee. Here's theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919. Get a price right now on the phone, 303-386-5919. And if you're in an accident and you need help because you're injured, you think you've been injured maybe seriously, you don't know what to look forward to, you don't know what is going on, you can call John Fuller and get an evaluation of your case. He'll tell you what he really, honest to God, based on his experience, thinks it's worth. He'll tell you what he thinks he can do to collect. He'll ask you about insurances. He'll ask you about the other party. He'll give you free advice. All of this complimentary. If you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, never any out-of-pocket money. And then you decide if you hire him, then then he gives you his cell phone number. You can call or text at any time, and you become a client with personal communication with the lead attorney. No one else does it. That's Fuller Law, John Fuller, F-U-L-L-E-R. Of course, he's on our referral list at referrallist.com. John Fuller, you can call right now. Find out what your case is worth. 303-597-4500, 597-4500.
Hey, Mark, he wants to keep you on to comment about Catherine's issue with her apartment, if you have time. Okay. Perfect. All right, cool beans. Hold on.
Who are we going to give so they can call the landlord?
Who's going to call the landlord, Kelly? He was just asking who you're going to give it to.
Who's in the studio?
Can you turn him up a
I'm
little
going to
bit?
say there's nobody in the studio.
Okay, no one there today. Okay.
I've got Deputy Bo, Chopper, and Doc.
Let's give it to Bo. And here's the problem. We could, as Doc pointed out, we could wake a sleeping giant, but because they're not coming after her for the lease. We have to warn her of that. So have Bo warn her of that if we go and bug the landlord for damages, they may go after her.
Okay.
But let him see if she wants him to call. And then I'm going to go with this, Mark, about the mold.
Yep, Mark is still on the line.
Good, thanks.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah.
Do you remember Cameo? The one that I sent you the stuff for?
Yeah. Which one? Wait. Which one is that? Just now did you send?
No. This was from about a week ago.
And it was about what problem?
She... Hold on. I sent you a bunch of stuff about her living Cameo. Do you have it in your notes?
I'm looking for a Cameo?
Yeah.
I don't have any Cameo ever.
One.
And what was the problem?
Hold on.
Fiduciary Advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk
Oh, I
station.
got it.
Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So anyway, let's go to, Catherine said that there was mold in her apartment. Mark Szymanski, I want to ask real quick from Genesis. He does mold detection and mitigation. If she had a leaky water heater and then discovered it and they stopped the leak, and then she noticed behind the couch there was black mold, and the apartment house said they cleaned it and sprayed it with some Clorox or whatever they said they cleaned it with. Mark, am I to believe that no matter what kind of mold it is, if you stop the source, and if it's not, all over the apartment or inside the walls, you can just treat it and get rid of it, right? I mean, it's not like impossible to get rid of.
That's correct, Tom. I mean, you can, you should clean it up properly. You shouldn't be spraying it with Clorox or Lysol.
Yeah.
I think I heard earlier some kind of bleach. Basically you should, use bleach water and at least wipe it down. Never use a spray because then you're spreading the spores when you do that. But yes, it can be cleaned.
And treated.
Not like, and treated, yes. I mean, the best way is to kill it and then actually encapsulate it. And, just so it doesn't come back or that stops that food source from there. But, yeah, you stop the water and that stops the mold from growing for sure.
Now, and if you see black mold, it doesn't automatically mean that it's in your in your air either, does it? The spores?
Well, I mean, once it turns fuzzy is when it starts to spread. And of course, you don't want to get that close to zero. It's this fuzzy mold, but that's when the spores start to populate and go into the air. The best thing to do is to do an air test. It's where you do a control sample outside the building and you do a sample inside the building. And that's a relatively inexpensive test to do to see if it is dangerous, because there's 800 different types of black mold.
And they're not all toxic or dangerous. I mean, although some people can have sensitivities to them, they may not kill them, but they could, even if it's not toxic, you could still have a sensitivity to it.
Correct. Yeah, some people do. Like, it's never bothered me, but some people, they're some guy claims he walks into a house, he knows there's mold in the house even before he's even seen it.
I know. I mean, that's a sensitivity. Now, here's the deal. Again, it's a matter of what can be done. In other words, and it's not. Here's what I'm getting at, Mark. In the past, it's almost as if, for God's sakes, people want the house torn down. I mean, I think they over-exaggerate the extent at which people have to go through to clean it. I do believe it's a little exaggerated. I'm not saying it shouldn't be done properly, but I think it's a little exaggerated. I mean, these people saw it and left that night, left that day. I mean, they didn't stay in another day. They went to a hotel and moved out.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It is overblown, along with asbestos and lead paint. I mean, all these things. Are they dangerous? Yes. Do you need to take care of it properly? Yes, but you're not going to just die because you saw it.
Right. I get it.
It would have been, even if you're renting a place, to spend less than $500 to have a couple air samples tests done, then you have the documentation behind you to say, oh, this is the reason I'm moving out, because, look, I do have mold in my building, or you find out you don't.
Thank you, Mark. Mark Szymanski, as I said, he's with Genesis Total Exteriors, and in addition to doing his, in his regular work on the exterior of your home and all of your storm damage and all of that, and siding and windows and stucco and all that, he also does, of course, mold detection and mitigation and eradication, and that's good to know. And now we have April, who's calling about a landlord issue as well. April, what's going on with you, April?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm calling to see if I can get any help with my 23-year-old daughter.
Okay, what's going on with her?
Okay, so she has signed a lease for, it's actually a house in Colorado Springs. She moved from Pueblo to get a job up there.
Yeah.
And after the second week, they started to, her landlord lives in Texas, but her landlord's fiance lives there as well. There's
when
three
did she
roommates.
sign the lease?
On June the 4th.
Okay,
And
so
she
go
signed
ahead.
for a
Go
year.
ahead. Continue.
So within 2 to 3 weeks, they asked her to leave within 30 days. That
Why?
They would email her. Well, they say that she leaves dishes in the sink.
Wait a minute. She leaves dishes in the sink. This is a single-family home she's renting.
Correct.
And how do they know she leaves dishes in the sink?
They're taking pictures of it.
Well, what are they, coming into her home?
No, there's 3 other roommates. They share the kitchen.
Oh, wait a minute. So this home is rented to 3 separate people that don't know each other?
4 altogether.
Okay. Okay. So she actually signed a lease for a home with 4 unrelated people. I mean, 4 people that are not on the lease together. They all are kind of renting a room.
Separately, yes, correct. They all have their separate lease.
Okay.
They
and
all
then,
have their own room.
I get it. So the other 3 or some of them must have complained to her, to the landlord?
Well, her fiance lives there. He's one of the roommates.
Is the fiance
And,
complaining about her too?
Correct.
Wait a minute. Her own fiance wants her out?
Yes, that's the problem.
What? Okay, wait a minute. Does the fiance know the landlord?
It's the landlord's fiance that's living there.
Wait.
My daughter lives there alone. She's pregnant.
Okay, hold on. I got to get... Your daughter lives there with 3 other roommates, is that right?
Right.
And the landlord is her fiance?
No. The landlord's fiance lives in one of the rooms.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So the landlord's girlfriend or whatever, or fiance, lives in one of the rooms. Your daughter lives in one of the rooms, and then 2 other people live there.
Correct.
Okay. Now, what does the lease say about this? It's possible that it has some terms and conditions that she's not living up to. And are the other tenants also wanting her out of there? In other words, are they ganging up on her?
They are.
Okay, hold on. This is weird. Hold on, and we'll talk about this coming up. I'm Tom Martino.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Some new slowdowns south of town for folks heading into the metro area. I-25 northbound before Ridgegate Parkway, exit 192. We've got a crash blocking 2 left lanes. We're seeing about 30 minutes of delays for folks heading into town. Otherwise, a beautiful drive throughout the metro area this morning. I-25 north and southbound, otherwise showing highway speeds through Denver. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies. Another hot one out there today, folks. High 94. Overnight low of 64. Mostly sunny tomorrow with a high of 98 degrees. It's a hot July. The current temperature in Denver is 77. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KH.
Don't miss up to 70% off select major appliances at the Lowe's closeout event. But hurry, these deals are too good to last because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
You know, I can't say enough about my whole house fan. That's a fan that is mounted in my attic, but it's a house fan. It pulls air through my home and destratifies the air. That means it evens out the temperatures by getting rid of the extreme heat above and bringing cooler air from below. And no matter what the weather's doing, it does even out temperatures, which helps your air conditioner work less. It's that easy. It's remote controlled. There's no wiring in the walls. It takes an hour and a half to put in. And get this, man, you'll save money. It'll pay for itself because of the money you'll save with air conditioning. Now your air conditioning works less, your house feels better, and I love it. I just can't say enough. As I said, it's one of the best products I've ever purchased. QCColorado.com. Get yours, and you'll be thanking me for it. That's QCColorado.com. The number is 303-800-3419. Yep. Okay, now, what about this season? What I mean is, the days are longer. A lot of people go out after work. A lot of people make the mistake of drinking one too many. Sometimes a lot too many. Sometimes they don't drink that much, but they miscalculate. Here's the deal. If you're smoking weed, if you're drinking, if you're partying, and then you're driving, you got problems. Now, sometimes, I'll admit, sometimes you might have gotten falsely accused. Sometimes there's extenuating circumstances. But here's the deal. If you need a criminal defense attorney, and that's what you need, then Joe Lazara is your man, because Joe will take care of you. He will talk to you. He will help represent you. Don't go through the system alone. It's just too complicated to do. Joe Lazara. Now, you can find Lazara, Lazzara, at referralist.com, or you can give him a call. That's Lazara Legal, 303-429-6200. Free initial consultations and flat rate pricing, 303-429-6200.
flag. If you give a roofer cash before the job is finished, you are just asking for problems. XL Roofing. You do not pay a cent until you're content. 303-761-6400. XLRoofing.com.
We're on top of it. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. Remember, 303 Martino is the number that works 24/7 for your help. Now, April's daughter is in a place, 23 years old, with other roommates, and this is a weird situation because she rents a room in a house along with 3 others. But if the 3 others are saying she's sloppy and doesn't do her dishes, and there might be more that we're not hearing about. I'm not sure what the lease says about that. So they're asking her to move. Did they cite any terms of the lease, April, about saying your daughter did
no,
this?
they have not at all. The first time they asked her to do her dishes, and when she didn't respond right away, the landlord wanted to contact me, and she lives in Texas. And she told me...
Wait, you talked to the landlord?
She asked for me, yes, she got me involved.
Who did, the landlord?
I'm not on the lease.
But your daughter asked you to talk to the landlord?
No, the landlord asked to talk to me.
Why?
I don't know. I asked her, why are you wanting to talk to me? I have everything in writing.
You have an adult daughter, so why? It's weird the landlord would say, I want to talk to your mommy.
Awkward. Yeah, exactly. Well, she told me, and I have it in a text, that she did tell me that, in fact, that she knew my daughter was home because her fiance heard her in the kitchen, and that my daughter was not being an adult by not answering her.
Anyway, where are we going with this? What did the landlord say?
Well, she said that Destiny should put in her 30-day notice. And Destiny said, I can't do that. I don't have a place to go. You're going to, have to tell me what I did to break the lease.
Yes, of course.
And to go through the courts. And so she actually came in from Texas. And you have to understand that my daughter's socially awkward and pregnant. And she told my daughter that her lawyer was going to have some form to make my daughter leave by the 15th of August, and she has nowhere to go.
Listen, she can proceed with an eviction, but she has to have a reason, a legal reason.
Right. She doesn't. She's not stating a legal reason, and she refuses to go to the court. So when no one was around, she came in because her fiance lives there, and told my daughter that she has to sign this form that her lawyer's going to type up, saying that she has to leave by the 15th.
Well, did your daughter didn't get pressured into signing it, did she?
I told her not to sign it.
We need to get Brad O'Brien on. I'm going to see if he can come on and talk about this. So hang on, all right?
Okay.
Yeah, see if he can come on, Kachina, and then we'll work on that because I want to ask him some general questions on it. Carl, what question do you have about coins, Carl?
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
I've got some old coins, and I just want to find a place that will evaluate them.
Rocky Mountain Coin, Klaus. He's one guy. Now listen, I have no affiliation with him. I've known him for years, but also I would use Mark. And Mark Machowski is at Budget A1 Transmission and Auto Repair. Now, Mark is also a coin dealer and silver and gold. He's really smart, and I think you can trust him as well. And I mean, I don't think
on your Friday shows.
What's that, sir?
I think I remember him.
Yeah, from Car Day.
Friday.
Now, I want to say something.
Yeah,
he when I said I think you can, I mean, I know you can trust him. I didn't mean to sound qualified. But anyway, he's pretty damn good. Now, we also have someone else here in Colorado Springs called Hollenbeck. And it's called the Coin Gallery. And I think they do that. Yeah, they buy and sell and trade collectible coins. They're in Colorado Springs. It's called Hallenbeck Coin Gallery. That number down there is 719-634-3313. And then there's, as I said, budget A1 transmission and auto repair. I was going to try to get that number for you, but I have to take this break. Budget, let me find him. Yeah, there he is. Hold on. So that's Mark, and he's at 303-781-9858. And you any one of those will help you, or get all three to kind of help you and see what you like. 303-713-8255. We've got more coming up. I want to tell you something. Genesis Total Exteriors, as you heard, that somebody wants to know, do they do painting? Yes, they do, by the way, because I had them on the show and people asked me that question by text, so I just wanted to let you know that. Also, 888heating.com in this extreme heat will do free second opinions. If someone tells you need a new AC, they're honest, good people, and they have high efficiency systems. That's 888heating.com.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Major slowdown south of the metro area. I-25 northbound before Ridgegate Parkway. That's exit 192. We've got a crash blocking 2 left lanes with stop and go all the way back from Castle Rock Parkway. About 25 minutes of delays for folks heading into the metro area from the south end. It's an otherwise beautiful drive throughout the Denver metro area. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies. It's another hot one, folks. High 94, overnight low of 64. And we're heading into a hot but stormy weekend. Thursday, mostly sunny with a high of 98. The current temperature in Denver is 77 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHAL.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Hey, if you are in trouble with a flood, a broken pipe, a fire, maybe a fire in the neighborhood, you have smoke damage, maybe you discovered black mold, or you've discovered asbestos, or an unattended death. You know, these things are called property catastrophes. You need a restoration company to get rid of the dangerous stuff, or you'll devalue your property. And then you need help sometimes rebuilding, depending on the damage. And American Restoration is the company I recommend. Now, your insurance company usually pays for this, but they only pay once. So if you get the wrong company up front, you're going to be screwed because they're not going to pay again. So I recommend American Restoration 24/7. Rock and his team have the knowledge, know-how, EPA certifications, insurance, and background to do it right. 8337-AM-REST. 8337-AM-REST. Hey, Red Rocks Roof and Solar, the people that I love for solar because they do it all from sales, installation, service. They also do financing. They hook you up with financing. They know about tax credits. They even have grant writers available for the REAP grants. Those are for commercial systems that you may want to put in and get paid for by the government. A grant you don't have to pay back. Now, those are the incentives people are offering small business to put in solar. RedRocksRS.com will get you more information on any solar system, commercial or residential. Good people I know and trust. 303-704-2449. Now, let's talk about RenewHomeInnovations.com. The people that I know and trust for your beautiful shower conversion. Get that tub and get rid of that old tub and shower combo, that ugly thing you have to step over. Get rid of the doors and the curtains. They put up glass panels with no doors needed, no thresholds to stumble over. You have a stone resin walls with no maintenance. They do it in 2 or 3 days and you have 72 months to pay with no interest. No one offers such a great deal. 303-904-2000, 904-2000, RenewHomeInnovations.com.
Hey Hey, Tom?
Yes.
Just a reminder, you still have Joe Quijano on, and there's an 11:15 live.
Okay,
coming
I'll
up
take.
that you're going to have to do in content.
Right, I'm going to take care of him for sure.
Oh.
I'm sorry
Okay.
about this. Okay,
Perfect. And I do have Brad O'Brien.
Good. Okay. It's so amazing when the Keanos are on what the phones do. All right, what is happening in YouTube universe? So anyway, what about this drone at the Trump rally? It was 2 days before. You know, I don't understand the significance of that other than the guy was surveilling
Because
the
he
air.
was doing recon.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, how would they have known a few days beforehand, though?
People obviously reported it, but it didn't connect.
Oh. Yeah, but man, that woman was so discredited when she said they couldn't get on that roof because of
Oh my
safety
God.
safety
She's
concern.
a freaking idiot. I mean, listen. She gives double X chromosomes a very bad name right now. So I'm just gonna withhold from commenting. I just wish I had a Y.
Mm-hmm. It's funny they call it Secret Service. Nothing's secret about it.
Do you know who Miranda Devine is?
No.
The reporter from New York Post.
Notifications for live updates from Paris. Only on iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Brad O'Brien is on. He's a real estate attorney and our expert on the show for Real Estate Matters. And Brad, we don't have access to the exact lease, but it sounds like they probably don't have the grounds they need because they're asking her to sign something. Let me just lay it out. This one girl is renting a room with 3 other roommates. Each of them have their own lease for this house. April, each of them have their own lease. They each have a room. And what do they have? Kitchen privileges?
Common living area and a backyard.
A backyard, common living area, and they each have a room.
And they share a bathroom.
Now, your daughter was in there for just 3 weeks, and then they asked her to leave. But they're asking her to sign
Correct.
something. We're running out of time. Brad, can they just evict if they, vote her out and not want her?
No.
So it's a matter of lease. I'm sure you're going to tell us. Do you have a copy of the lease, April? Brad, if you can hang on, or we'll call you right back. I'd like to discuss this about roommates. Hold on.
Broncos Country, make plans to come out to training camp powered by Ford and get
Man, that's a weird situation.
So currently, right now, we do not have access for, correct? That's freedom.
Mark didn't sign on today, huh?
Nope. We can't do it anyway, there's digging.
Yeah.
Thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Listen, what the heck is going on in your life? And what you need to do, I've noticed a trend sometimes, not necessarily today, but the trend is many times people wait too long to call, or they go about something the wrong way, and we're able to help them. We're able to help them if they had called sooner. Sometimes it's too late. Like the people who moved out of their apartment because they saw mold. And Brad O'Brien, I wanted to talk to you about that, and I wanted to talk to you about this new dispute with the landlord, and just get some general advice. Brad O'Brien is olslaw.com. They do real estate law of all kinds, of course, not just renting stuff, but they do like reviewing documents and border disputes and eminent domain or easements. They do other things too, like you're buying a home with people, you're doing a partnership and it's not your spouse, or you're doing owner financing, any kind of real estate transaction they can help with. And I'll give you his number in a minute. But Brad, here's the deal. On this one, I just want to go back to this one. This woman saw black mold behind the couch, she and her husband. They have a 6-month-old baby, and they just left. They went to a hotel. They left. They went to a hotel. And the mold came from a water heater leak that had been fixed. So the leak was fixed. And then they left and never went back to the place except to pack up their stuff and leave. And I said, I don't think you did that properly as far as a constructive eviction. You didn't give the landlord a chance to fix it. You didn't have any proof it was in the air or it was even dangerous. Do you agree with that, Brad, when it comes to that kind of thing? Or do you say the laws might be more lenient now? What do you think?
Yeah, tenant really does need to give the landlord notice of a defective condition that makes it not habitable, and paper the trail and give the landlord plenty of opportunity to fix it or not fix it before actually just leaving. Because it sounds like they didn't take the right steps, and so they're probably they didn't validly terminate the lease, and they're still on the hook for the lease.
That's what it sounds like. Now, let's go to April. Her daughter moved in with 3 other people. Now, April, you didn't see the lease, right? But apparently
No.
they did not quote a violation of the lease. When they asked your daughter to leave, there's 4 roommates. They each have their own deal. So they're renting out a room and common area. When a landlord does this, they have a lease. And then they want to get rid of somebody, they have to say, here's why. So when the landlord said, we want you to move, and they said, what, by the end of the month? What did they tell her?
Okay, so they said, first they said that stop doing other people's dishes. And so she did.
Stop doing other
And then
people's
it's just
dishes?
petty. So there was nothing. So when I talked to her, I said, what did she break on the lease? And she had no answer for that. And so I said, I'll see you in court. And then I had to block her because I'm on my mama there. I mean, I was getting way too into it. So I had to actually block.
But did they give your daughter written notice? You have to leave.
No, they have not. They said they were going to email her a 30-day notice. She said, take me to court. I didn't break the lease. Tell me how I broke the lease. Then Alicia came in from Texas, and I don't know what she said to my daughter, who is she gets intimidated very easily. And they said, well, we're going to write this up and you need to be out by the 15th. And also you need to pay half the rent for half the month.
Well, okay. They said she had to be out by what, August 15th?
Yeah, and she also has to pay.
Was this a year lease?
Yes.
For a room?
Yes.
Well, technically, if she was evicted, she would have to pay up to the point of eviction. I mean, if they did it properly. But, I mean, that's not unusual. You don't just get to stay there free because they're evicting you. But at the same time, though, they never said, we want you to leave because of this or this or this, or did they? Did they give a reason?
No. They did not give any specific reason of anything that she violated on the lease.
Okay. They just don't like her.
And they just don't like her, and she's socially awkward.
What does that mean? You said that twice.
You know,
what does this mean, socially awkward?
What I'm saying is that she's not real, like, sociable, so she doesn't sit in the common area with that type of thing. As to where they haven't really got to know her. You know, she basically stays in her room. And I don't know. She gets intimidated very easily.
Now, are they making it rough there now that they want her to leave?
They're making it rough, and I'm worried about her pregnancy.
How are they making it? How are they making it rough?
They're threatening to put cameras in the kitchen, I guess, to watch her cook. They're complaining that she cooks. Everything that they complain about is, I don't see how it could possibly be in the lease. Maybe it is.
Well, give me an idea of what they're complaining about. Does she cook stinky food?
About, one time. It was one time was the food. One time was she put the trash in the recycling bin by accident because someone told her there was a recycling bin there and she didn't recognize the symbol. And then they don't like me. They told her they wanted her out because they're not comfortable because they don't like me.
Well, why did you visit her?
I didn't. They don't like me because of the conversation I had with the landlord when she got in touch.
Okay, Brad, this all sounds like nonsense, but if they want to get, first of all, I don't know about this roommate situation. Is it the same as any tenancy? It's all dictated by the lease, right?
Well, is it the roommates who want to evict her, or the landlord, the owner of the place?
Just the owner and her fiance.
Now, by the way, Brad, just so you know, the owner is the landlord, and the fiance is one of the tenants along with her daughter. So there's 4 tenants, and one of them just happens to be the fiance of the landlord.
Okay, so a co-tenant doesn't have a right to evict a fellow co-tenant, but
Right.
It sounds here like the landlord has said there's a lease violation. Well, a landlord can evict for a material lease violation, but nothing here sounds material. Doing dishes, putting the trash in the recycling bin, that's not material, in my opinion. And so you can't evict somebody unless you go to court and get a court order of possession. So you've got to convince the judge that there has been a material violation of the lease. I don't think they could convince the judge in this circumstance.
Yeah, especially if she keeps paying. But April,
Right.
was she planning to stay there through the birth of her daughter?
She was.
Now, does your daughter work?
She got it. She works at Wendy's in Colorado Springs, but when she signed that lease, she didn't have a job, and they knew that.
I'm not asking about that. I'm saying, what's your daughter?
She pays on time.
Is your daughter going to be able to have a baby there?
I'm not in that. She's walking on eggshells. They're watching her every move.
No, but what I'm asking is, when she signed the lease, did they know that eventually she's?
They knew. Yes.
I mean, because that could make things a little weird having a baby there.
Right, but they knew that. They said that they knew she was pregnant. She's very pregnant.
Oh, I see. When is she due?
I mean, she's due in November.
And she had planned to live there, and the landlord, I mean, geez, that's weird. I mean, okay, so she's going to stay in the room with her?
Well, she was going to stay in the room with the baby for the first 6 months. and then she, save some money back and get obviously a place for herself and the baby. This was a temporary.
Where's the father of the baby?
Well, I think he's still in jail.
Oh, jeez. Okay. This is not an optimal situation. Brad O'Brien, by the way, thanks for your advice on that. And he's right. I mean, they're going to have to do a real eviction for a real reason. So I hope she doesn't get tricked into signing anything, because that's what they want her to do. They want her to voluntarily agree to leave. And if she doesn't have another place to go, make sure she doesn't do that. By the way, O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. April, that's really the long and short of it, okay? I mean, at this point, if you do locate a lease, you might want to send it to us. We'll take a look at it. But right now, it just sounds like she has to wait for them to have a reason. But she may want to just maybe be casually looking for another place. It might be better. Joseph Ciano is my guest today. Joe Ciano is a certified financial planner, and he talks about investing and getting ready for retirement in a secure way. One of the things he talks about two things: a fixed indexed annuity, or he has actually many of them to fit your circumstances. And these annuities have guarantees. Now, just so you know, you're not allowed to even use the word guarantee when it comes to financial products, but you can when it comes to a fixed indexed annuity. That's actually allowed because it is guaranteed by an independent party outside of you and the person who sells it, and it's an insurance company. So, Joe, my first question is, how solid are the guarantees?
Well, Tom, they're very, very solid with us because we choose only companies that issue those types of annuities that are 100+ years old. They're AAA rated companies. They've been around they've been around through all the economic downturns, and they have survived. So the guarantees are plain guarantees. So that means that if somebody transfers like a 401k or an IRA into this type of an annuity, they're going to be guaranteed not to lose what they put in or their gains. And the beautiful thing about it, Tom, is that these annuities will grow when the market grows to a certain level, but when the market drops, it will remain level. They're not going to go down with the market. And this is really what I've been hearing from people, that they're definitely afraid of losing their money. And I don't blame them. I mean, somebody came to the office yesterday with their 401k statement, and they said, how soon can I transfer this money into that annuity? And we can do it immediately because we're tired of losing money. I mean, plain
now,
and simple. They're tired of losing money.
Right. And more importantly, if they do lose, it takes too much time to regain it. That's one of the biggest problems. Okay, we have more coming up. I'm Troubleshooter Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Hear that? That is the sound of obstacles facing your business. But when you join Lenovo's free online membership program, Lenovo Pro, to support all your business tech, those obstacles just go away. Join Lenovo Pro for free. Visit Lenovo.com today. Lenovo. Unlock new AI experiences with Lenovo's ThinkPad X1 Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Frank is a real estate broker that can help you both if you're selling a property or buying one. And he can also give you a hint, like a really good, accurate assessment of what your house will sell for on this market based on his 30 years of experience. And you can trust Frank. 303-920-1622. He offers that service of evaluating your property free of charge. That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Dan McKenzie is an estate planning attorney, And what he can do is take a look at everything you own and everything you want to leave, including a business. He can help you with a simple will. He can help you with a trust. He can help you with a simple plan or a more complicated plan. And you get direct personalized attention from McKenzie Law, 833-CO plans. That's 833-CO plans or coplans.co. WaterPros.net is the best water system for the lowest prices anywhere. I'm telling you, you won't find anything better than WaterPros.net, 303-862-5554. It's someone I know, I use, and I have the systems. WaterPros.net. And Grossman Wellness. When I talk about Grossman Wellness, it's not an ordinary clinic, although they are MDs, but what you get is you get concierge service. That means I can text them at any time for help. You also get not just personalized service like that, but you get all your prescriptions and you get your supplements and you get your blood work every 3 months and you get an exam. It's amazing because their theory is if you ride your health, monitor your health, and you're proactive, nothing can really go that wrong in 3 months, can it? GrossmanWellness.com. Check it out. You'll love it. All right, Zero Res is my idea of the best carpet cleaning anywhere. Not just because your carpets look great, but they're healthier. That's right. They get rid of all the dirt, dander, pathogens, and everything and the allergens from your carpets, plus all the old soap and emulsifiers people have used in the past. Because Zero Res doesn't use any of that garbage. That's why they're called Zero Res. They use less water and no stuff. So therefore, nothing is left behind. You're going to feel it. You're going to see it. You're going to smell the difference. You're going to love it. Your home will feel fresh and be more healthy for you, your kids, and your pets. ZeroResDenver.com. 3 rooms starting at just $109. $75 off duct cleaning. They do duct cleaning. They do tile and grout cleaning. They do upholsteries and mattresses. Anything they do it better than anyone because, as I said, it's Zero Res. Get Zero Resified. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150. Hey, if you're looking for countertops, I can think of no one better, no one, than theartofgranite.com because of the way they do business. Tear out and haul away is always free. And materials are always wholesale if you get their materials. And get this, you pay for the fabrication and installation. But you can even get materials free if you find them in their remnant yard. Now, they have some slabs big enough to do a small kitchen, a kitchen island, a bar, a cooktop, whatever you need when it comes to granite or stone or anything. If you find it in the remnant yard, free materials. Why don't you give them a call and get a price on the phone? Theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919, 386-5919.
That's the mother in me.
Oh boy. Can you imagine?
This report is sponsored
All right, morons. What's news today? Nothing. There's no news today.
K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What do you think the very first thing burglars look for in a house? What do you think? Survey done by law enforcement. I think it's so obvious. Come on. What's the number one thing? Give me a guess.
Guns.
Okay. They look for guns. That's in the top 10. But the very first thing they look for is cash. Well, isn't that logical? It's easy. I mean, but what moron keeps cash in their house in a way that a burglar could take it? Maybe a floor safe or something. Would you ever keep? Now, I keep cash in a sock in the top left-hand drawer. And, but who else? Who would look there? Uh-oh. Let me think. Yeah, you'd have to, I don't know. Well, I don't keep it in any sock. I keep it in the sock in the back of the drawer. Do you think I'm tricking anybody? By the way, seriously now, they look for cash. What's the second thing? Come on, Kachina, what's the second thing? It's another obvious thing. You go into the bedroom and you open up what? Huh?
Be large, I already said it, jewelry.
Of course, be large, jewelry, especially the bling he wears. And okay, so they look for jewelry and watches.
Correct.
And then what? I really didn't think the number 3 on the list is accurate, although police say it is. Electronics, because to me, why would you haul out? You can buy a damn 75-inch LED TV for $499. You can buy, by the way, you can buy the older ones. You know those older.
No, I'm sure they're referring more to laptops, iPads.
Yeah, I think Game Boys or what do they call them? Yeah. They're looking
the gaming
for
systems.
Exactly.
Xboxes.
That's probably right.
Yeah.
Now, number 4 on the list. Oh, drum roll. And of course, this one I would see, and that is prescription meds. But what are they looking for, though? Not just any prescriptions. They would love to find painkillers. My God, painkillers. Do you know, if opiates did not build up a tolerance, if opiates were not like so devastating to your health and killed you and arrested your respiratory rate, we could have world peace. Just pass them out. We could have world peace. No one wants to get into a fight on opiates. But
well, hold on. Everybody would be constipated.
That's true.
Yes.
So fiber and fentanyl. But anyway, I digress. I'm serious. That's bad crap, bad stuff. But look at the desire people have nowadays for pain pills. It's amazing to me. I'm going to tell you something. I had a prescription one time after surgery. I forget when. But anyway, I remember people around me asking if they could have one. I don't mean like people around me in the station here. They don't ask, they just steal. But I'm talking about, and I'm kidding about that. But no, but I'm asking. I'm not going to like mention names or even circumstance. But people say, "Oh, by the way, do you think I could borrow one of those or have one of those? I'm having some pains." It's like this irresistible thing, man. Okay, another thing they say they look for: personal documents. Now, I can see that. They want like birth certificates, passports, stuff like that, where they can forge identities. They really want to forge identities. And then they want designer clothes and purses. And then they want keys. Now, to me, that's useless. Keys. What good would keys be? Unless you can get to it immediately, like keys to a shed or keys to the car out in the garage, yeah. And then This one I absolutely refuse to believe, and I don't think truthfully.com's got it right. They're the ones that surveyed this. And that is this: furniture. Who the hell is going to... You don't even move furniture when you're getting paid for it, let alone steal it. And bicycles would be number 10. I think bicycles would be higher, especially the new e-bikes and stuff. You can walk away with a $5,000 booty. One bike, boom. Anyway, Joe Chianos, as I said, is a financial planner we talked about. Hey, Joe, I not to disagree with you, because I really do agree with you on 99% of the time, but somebody just texted me and said, Tom, I've been in the stock market for many years, and I've made good money. And I don't know why he always says people don't want to lose money. Of course they don't. But it's been a proven hedge against inflation. And I think the point we want to make is not that you can't have a stock account and hold some pretty good stocks and make money. But the problem is not the making of the money, but making up for losses. You have to have a time horizon. And as you get older, Joe, the time horizon shrinks. Isn't that the main point?
Well, that is right, and we're not really disagreeing with the stock market. I think if you're young and you know what you're doing, Tom, that is the key. You got to know what you're doing to pick up the right stocks. You can do well with the stock market. But as you get older, you're absolutely right. Your time horizon will shrink. And this is when people come in.
That's right.
And they say, we want to keep it safe, and we want to make our money last as long as we will. See, that is the key. You can build a beautiful pot of money with your 401k or with the stock market. But if you begin to draw that money out, it's going to deplete.
And, of course, as a financial planner, you wouldn't tell people to put all their money into an annuity anyway. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a variety of buckets, right?
Oh, absolutely. You're right. I mean, we actually tell people not to put all their eggs in one basket. We want people to diversify. But as people come in to see me, we're talking about the retirement age people. Okay, we're not talking about the young individuals that come in. We're talking about retirement age people. Those are the people that are definitely afraid of the market. They want to keep their money safe, and they want to have an income that will last, a guaranteed income that would last for the rest of their lives. That's what that's what really they're interested on.
Yeah. And Joe, I have a couple faxes here. Excuse me, not faxes, texts. But I'll get to you in a second here. 303-779-6600 is his number when he's not here. The website's mymoneymyway.com. And then I also have a question about overfunding life insurance. People, whatever you want to talk about, give us a call if you have a problem, question, or complaint. And also, I want to remind you, you can text my personal Google Voice number, which, by the way, is truly mine and only mine. It doesn't go into a big switchboard or anything. So let me give you this number. And again, you're welcome to contact me 24/7. I may not get back to you right away, but it's 747-999-5280. I made up my mind I want to give direct access to that number. Of course, we also have our other number here on the show that iHeart provides for texting, which is 57739. But let me give you that Google number again. Ready? 747-999-5280. We have more coming right up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Major slowdown south of the metro area. I-25 northbound before Ridgegate Parkway. That's exit 192. We've got a crash blocking two left lanes with stop and go all the way back from Castle Rock Parkway. About 25 minutes of delays for folks heading into the metro area from the south end. It's an otherwise beautiful drive throughout the Denver metro area. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies. It's another hot one, folks. High 94, overnight low of 64. And we're heading into a hot but stormy weekend. Thursday, mostly sunny with a high of 98. The current temperature in Denver is 77 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
You know, if you are facing hail damage of any kind, don't ever make the mistake of signing something at the door on a clipboard or anywhere or on an iPad to let a roofer look at your roof. That's a trick. That's a contract, okay? Don't sign anything. If a roofer tells you that you have to sign something for them to look at your roof, they're liars. If they tell you it's for liability and all that, they're liars. If they tell you they can't give you a full contract until they talk to the adjuster or whatever your insurance company does that they're going to go with, they're liars. Okay? If they say they need money up front, they're liars. How about all that, right? So who doesn't do that? Excel Roofing doesn't do that. Excel Roofing will look at your roof, give you a full detailed contract up front, not ask you to sign it, not pressure you, not give you a penalty if you do sign one, and they never ask for a dime until they're done. Not a cent until you're content. ExcelRoofing.com. That's Excel as in excellent, E-X-C-E-L. ExcelRoofing.com, 303-761-6400. Now, what if you want the best deal ever on a water heater? Who would you call? I hope you remember this. Europlumbing, Colorado.net. Europlumbing. Now, Europlumbing says they'll do a 40-gallon tank fully installed for $13.99 and a 50-gallon tank for $14.99. Now, think about that. Right around $1,500 for a full 50-gallon tank fully installed. No one can do it. Plus, they tear out and haul away the old one. Europlumbing says put them to the test, and they'll show you not just water heaters, but any plumbing. They'll do cheaper and better than anyone. That's 303-668-6844, 668-6844.
Mandy Connell here with the Legal Minute from my friends at Bell & Pollock. Listen for more great advice on the Bell & Pollock Injury Show, Saturdays at 10 on KOA.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Joe, we got a tough crowd, man, when it comes to our streaming audience, our podcasters, our texters. So I'm going to ask you some straight up things, okay? Now,
okay.
First I want to make a statement so I'm fully transparent. I have an annuity. It's one of my tools. It's not the only one. It's one of them. Okay? Now, but somebody wants to know, and I get this. If you take a pot of money and put it away, and it makes, I think mine, I don't know, whatever it's returning. What are they returning? A good annuity will return, not that it matters, because it ratchets up and you can't lose it. And I think it compounds too. Don't they compound or not, Joe? You tell me on an annuity.
They compound. See, our annuities have two components, Tom. They have, the index component.
Right.
That means that the annuity will grow when the stock market grows. But they also have a guaranteed portion that they, depending on the age, it could range between 4 to 5 or 6%.
Right. So that's the guarantee, right?
Right, that's the guarantee.
That's right. But then you have the stock market index. So if the S&P goes up to, if the S&P does 18%, you don't do 18, but you do what's called a participation of that, right?
That is right.
It's called the participation. So you got a few things to look at with an annuity, okay? One is, okay, you have a lump sum of money or a pot of money. And then you have what's called a guaranteed rate of return. So no matter what, you'll never make less than that guaranteed. Or you have the index, and the index, you don't get 100% of the index, you get a participation rate. So different annuities have different participation rates. And if you get a higher participation rate, you might get a lower guaranteed rate. If you get a higher guaranteed rate, you might get a lower participation rate, whatever. And that's what Joe does. He helps you balance it all out. So here's my question. How much does it cost me? Because people are obsessed with this. They're saying, look, I heard they're really expensive. So what is it really costing me? I mean, I know I'm making money. I know I have a guarantee of an income, but am I paying too much for those privileges?
Are you ready for this?
Yeah, and I want to know. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you, this is on black and white.
Go ahead.
We guarantee this. Okay, the only fees customer will ever pay on our annuities that we promote is 1/10. Get this, 1/10 of 1%.
Now, Joe.
1/10 of a percent.
Okay, I need to understand this. Now, so let's just take, again, I don't like talking in numbers. No one really does. But what's an I don't even know if there is such a thing. Let's see, what do people, some people have, a couple might come to you with 500,000, right?
That's right.
Okay, so you're saying 1/10 of 1%. 1/10.
Right, of the 1/10 of a percent of the account value every year. That's the only fee they pay, Tom. And they're going to be getting that bonus. They're going to be getting
all those
benefits.
I hope I'm doing this correctly. But okay, so you're saying on a $500,000 account, okay, you're saying 10% would be, of course, 50 grand, but they're paying a tenth of that, so they're paying $5 grand.
A year, right?
Yeah. Okay.
1/10 of a percent.
Okay. Got it.
That's all they pay.
Right.
Now, if you look at 401ks.
No, I know. I was just going to say this. Listen, man, I have accounts where I'm paying that on an IRA for self-directed IRAs.
Right.
Okay. So
yeah, some people are paying between 3 and 5% in fees, Tom.
Now, here's the deal. But now, hold on. So that's 1/10% the first year, but when the account grows, then the fee goes 1/10 of whatever the account value is, right?
That is correct.
Okay, but is there an upfront fee?
No, there's no. The only fee they pay is 1/10 of a percent each and every year. Period. Nothing more.
Okay. Now, what about someone said it's not an investment, it's an insurance product?
It is an insurance product, but it is an investment. Because, see, an investment is when the money has the potential for growth. A savings account is not an investment, basically. Okay, the potential for great growth is an investment. So an annuity, people use annuities as investments for their retirement. Period. They have multiple annuities, Tom. We have people that have 14 annuities, and they ladder the annuities. So if they need an income from one, they turn the income on one, and they let the other 13 annuities keep growing. When they need more income, they'll turn the switch on the second annuity to increase their payout every single month or every single year, and they let the other 12 continue to grow. And they go through retirement in this manner, totally safe, with a guaranteed income stream for the rest of their lives.
Okay, and here's what I want to say, and I got to say this straight up. So anybody listening, I've told, Joe knows this, we're almost the same age. I think he's much younger than me, but anyway.
That's right.
No, here's the point. I've been doing this for 50 years. I'm 70 years old. I am not here to sell anything. In fact, Joe, you know how I feel about the financial industry. I think most of them are a bunch of crooks in my idea. And I'm here to talk about every aspect of everything. The benefits, the advantages, the disadvantages. I have no one to protect and nothing to hide. Neither does Joe. So here's your chance. I had some guys on YouTube ask me I want to know straight up what the fees are. I want to know, why do you call it an investment? Yeah. Okay. So no one can ask a question I won't ask. And so what I'm saying, there's nothing to hide, because the internet is such and the world is such that we can get any information we want. Why would anyone be so stupid as to try to lie or try to hide facts? That's not what this show is about. I'm not trying to sell you an annuity. In fact, many times Joe and I go back and forth on how much should be an annuity, how much in the stock market, back and forth, because there are different philosophies. It doesn't mean one philosophy is all wrong and one is all right. They are what they are. I think the biggest and most important thing I found out in investing is balance, is that there's nothing altogether bad or altogether good, including variable annuities. Now I'm not touting those. They're very risky, but there is a place for those for a sophisticated investor. Because a variable annuity has some, I don't want to get into it right now because that's not what we're talking about, but I think, Joe, there's probably a place for every investment with the proper knowledge. Don't you think?
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
I totally agree 100%. So the key is, there's good annuities and bad annuities, okay?
Yeah, that's true.
But there's a place for those annuities. Like
That's
you
right.
said, if somebody's a real savvy investor, a variable annuity may do well. If somebody wants to be in the stock market and take that risk, they're an aggressive investor,
yeah,
that's great.
I got to take this break, though. Okay, so hang on, folks. Give us a call with any problem, question, or complaint, or investment question. As I said, we don't hide from anything. You can ask anything you want. More coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Major slowdown south of the metro area. I-25 northbound before Ridgegate Parkway. That's exit 192. We've got a crash blocking 2 left lanes with stop and go all the way back from Castle Rock Parkway. About 25 minutes of delays for folks heading into the metro area from the south end. It's an otherwise beautiful drive throughout the Denver metro area. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies. It's another hot one, folks. High 94, overnight low of 64. And we're heading into a hot but stormy weekend. Thursday, mostly sunny with a high of 98. The current temperature in Denver is 77 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHAL.
Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options, Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
George Donaldson is a friend of mine, and he got into the plumbing, heating, cooling and electrical, all of that many, many years ago. And then he's been doing companies around the country and here in Denver. And I'm telling you, I know him, I know his crew, and they want to provide the best service at great prices. Now, that doesn't mean the cheapest, it doesn't mean the most expensive, it means fair. And if you have anyone telling you you need something, get a free second opinion from Fix It 24/7. That's all. You can say no. Or they may find you don't need it. Free second opinions are never a bad idea. 720-526-3939. 720-526-3939. FixMyHome.com. Hey, Zero Res Denver is my favorite carpet cleaning company. I mean, truly, how do you compete with them? When they have purified, softened, alkaline-based, perfect water. Water. Okay? Why does water clean so well? I don't know. Ask God. But I'm telling you, it's the best cleaning agent in all of nature without anything wrong with it. Okay? Nothing wrong with it. Means your air in the house is clean, the carpets are clean, your kids are clean crawling around on it, your pets are safe, you're safe, but you get really clean carpets with no residue left behind, so they stay clean longer. I'm telling you from personal experience. When you experience Zero Res, and all of a sudden you don't smell that musty smell, and you don't feel the dampness, and you're thinking, my God, these carpets look new, you're going to say, Tom, I know why now you talk about them like you do. ZeroResDenver.com. In fact, they also do upholstery and mattresses and tile and grout and any solid surface. You know, during COVID, I had them do my whole house. These guys are for real. 303-471-5150. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com. Okay, I'm getting some texts here. Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. My God. Oh, my gosh. Thanks, man. I love this shirt, Hellcat. Hey, give me some tough questions, man. Come on, give me some tough questions. Talib, by the way, he trusts my peeps. You know why? Because Talib has the best water system in the world. You know what's really weird is once you get that water, you'll never drink regular water again. I love it. See, here's the point. Here's the deal, guys. And I'm serious. Yeah, I miscalculated that fee. It's $500. God damn it, it's not $5,000. I got to go on and correct that. But here's the other thing. The great thing about sponsors is if I truly believe in them, I don't give a shit what we ask them because they got to have the right answers. And if not, then we bounce them. I don't think I've bounced. I only bounced, I think, two sponsors seriously. I mean, some have gone out of business, but I think I've only bounced two sponsors when I looked deeper into them One was that stem cell guy years ago. I bounced that son of a bitch. Do you remember that? I don't know if you guys remember it, but they were telling me all kinds of crap about stem cells that wasn't true. But I love stem cell therapy. I remember that. So anyway, what else? There was one other guy, a solar guy, we bounced. Some people have gone out of business. But knock on wood, man, we haven't had people get ripped off from clients. Now, we've had people get pissed off about price. If I had to say the biggest problem I have over the years is some of my clients, what they charge compared to others might be higher. Not all the time, but I get people pissed off. Like if they spend too much on a furnace system.
Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage, on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
You know, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So we have the show in the show, I call it, the show about the show, and that's on our streaming platforms. And then when you download it, I think you get to hear that, the podcast. I don't know, do they edit all that out on the podcast, the behind-the-scenes stuff, Kachina? Do you know that? Or Be Large? I don't know if they do or not, but anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't go out.
Oh, it doesn't go out? Okay. So you got to stream to hear all that. And what I was saying is, you guys can ask any question about anything we do here, and we are 100% transparent. I don't care. I have no one to protect except myself with honesty. So one thing I do want to talk about, one of the biggest complaints I get about everyone, I'll be talking about that coming up.
Hello, Steve Powers here from Audi Denver. We have close to 200 Audi Q4 e-tron and e-tron Sportbacks available to drive home today. We offer Q4 e-tron lease payments starting at $330 a month for 24 months. Go the distance with e-tron innovation today at Audi Denver and Littleton. Say hi to Aaron and his knowledgeable team today. The ideal shopping experience awaits you with a personal test drive at 6060 South Broadway in Littleton, or visit AudiDenver.com to schedule an appointment with Colorado's premier Audi dealership.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Guide dog partners bring greater freedom, confidence, and mobility. They are trusted friends that offer new opportunities for social interaction and greater independence. Guide Dogs of America is a nonprofit organization that provides these loyal and loving dogs free of charge to people who are blind or visually impaired. To learn more about Guide Dogs of America, visit our website at guidedogofamerica.org or call us at 800-459-4843.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington, D.C., meeting with congressional leaders ahead of his speech to a joint meeting of Congress today. The Prime Minister facing international pressure to finalize a ceasefire and hostage release deal. Protests taking place in Tel Aviv and also D.C. ABC's Matt Gutman is near Capitol Hill with more.
This will be the fourth time that Netanyahu addresses Congress, more than anybody in history, and notably there are members of Congress who are saying that they are going to boycott the event, and Netanyahu facing a lot of backlash back home also for dragging his feet from entering a ceasefire and hostage release that would end that devastating conflict in Gaza.
Presumptive Democratic nominee Kamala Harris at an event in Indianapolis today will miss the speech, along with GOP VP nominee J.D. Vance. For the second straight day, Earth has set a new record for daily global temperatures, edging closer to 63 degrees Fahrenheit. This is ABC. Wildfires in the Canadian Rockies have forced 25,000 people to evacuate. Alberta experiencing extreme wildfire conditions with more than 170 wildfires burning across that province alone. A dire assessment from the UN on chronic hunger worldwide.
Compared to last year, no improvement. In Rome, David Laborde from the International Food and Agriculture Organization.
We are at a high level of hunger in the world. 733 million people are in chronic hunger, and basically the same number that last year.
Boiling the numbers down, hunger affects 1 out of every 11 people in the world and 1 out of 5 in Africa, with the numbers there rising. Tom Rivers, ABC News at the Foreign Desk.
A new study finds injuries on e-bikes and scooters have skyrocketed. Researchers in San Francisco say scooter mishaps jumped more than 500% in a 5-year span. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
KHOW News Time, 12:03.
Broncos great Terrell Davis plans to sue United Airlines after he was handcuffed and taken off a plane. Davis's attorney, Parker Steiner, says Davis tapped a flight attendant on the shoulder to ask for a cup of ice, and the attendant shouted, "Don't hit me."
Hello? Something went dead. Are you guys still there?
We are, and by the way, we just did the turnover to Jordan, so now you have Jordan for the next 2 hours.
Okay.
Quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What's new in your life and how can we help you? That's what we ask each and every day. So give us a call if you have a problem or question or complaint. Anything on your mind where someone lied to you or ripped you off or cheated you, you can give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You can also call 303-MARTINO, and you can call that 24/7. 303-627-8466. Some of the things we've been talking about, one of the things, when you discover a bad problem in an apartment you're renting or a house you're renting, you can't just end your lease and walk away. Now, you have to go through a procedure to end that lease. If you don't think the landlord is coming through to fix it and it's dangerous or it's safety related or security related, you have to go through a proper procedure. Now, you can leave early if you want, but you still have to pay your rent until you get out of paying your rent. It's called a constructive eviction. I think people make such a big mistake when it comes to constructive evictions. Okay, so you're renting. In this case, they discovered black mold. They immediately went to a hotel room. They didn't even check to see if the black mold was toxic, if it was in the air, if the landlord would fix it. They just left. Okay? Now, they wouldn't go back. So they proceeded to find another apartment. And they left. That's it. They just stopped paying rent and left. They had 8 months left on their lease. This landlord can go after them for the money. What you're supposed to do is notify the landlord that there's a health or safety violation and that it must be fixed, it's inhabitable, and it must be fixed within a reasonable amount of time. You can give them 7 days, 10 days. Some people say 30 days is reasonable. There's really no one number that counts. It depends on what it is. And then if they don't fix it, you can say, I'm going to withhold rent and fix it myself. But you have to fix it. You can't just withhold rent. The other thing people do is say, well, then I'm leaving. And then they go about evicting themselves. That's why it's called a constructive eviction. You're leaving. Now, the landlord could say, you didn't have a reason to do that. So you have to be ready to show proof that it was dangerous or it was unsafe in some way or unhealthy. And get expert opinions and testing if it's black mold. You can't just say, I don't like it, and leave. Well, you can, but you're not going to get reimbursed. And in fact, they might be able to come after you for breach of contract or breach of the lease. So be careful. If you're in that situation, call us first. Then we have a situation where people sign for a room in a house. Not necessarily the whole house, but a room plus common areas. Those are the most risky leases you can have because you're living with 3 people unaffiliated with you, and if you all don't get along, it's hell to pay because you just signed a year's lease. Then if they want to get rid of you, they can make life difficult for you. So I never recommend those kinds of leases. Although there are more and more of them showing up because people can't afford a place by themselves. It's better to get someone you know, a friend or relative. Even that's not perfect, but it's better to do that than this other way. The only benefit this way is when you go in and get a room and you have common areas and you have other roommates, at least you're not on the hook for the whole rent, even if one of the roommates flakes out, okay? Because when you go in with a friend or relative, those leases usually say that both of you are responsible for all of it. So that's a problem because if you go in like a friend and rent a place, right? We've had this happen where friends go in and rent a place. Then they have an argument, or one friend is a deadbeat, the other friend isn't. One friend leaves. That one friend who remains is on the hook for everything. Whereas if you go and rent a room and a common area in the house, like the kitchen and living room, but you all have your own room, those are separate leases for each one of you. So renting is very difficult, people. It's very, very difficult. I was thinking of a business because of how expensive things are, and I don't know how exactly I would structure it. But it would almost be like a co-op where an owner, let's say such as myself or an investor, would own a piece of real estate, and then you buy into it. You don't have to buy the whole thing. So we each own part of that unit. So you have some skin in the game. It's yours. But I own part of it to keep the cost down. I'm not sure how that would be structured, but I don't think it's an entirely terrible idea. Because if you flake and leave, you give up your ownership. If you stay, you have equity. If you want to sell your part. So I don't know. I mean, it would require some thought to do that properly. But we have to come up with innovative ways to get people a place to live. I mean, I feel bad for young people who are working their asses off and they can't afford a place to live. I mean, they can't live with their parents the whole time. Now, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. On another text, somebody was asking about the E470 tolls that we were talking about the other day. E470 will assess a toll to you plus penalties and interest if you ignore their notices. If you don't have an updated address on your registration or title, you better have it because you won't know you're getting those notices. And those tolls can be doubled when, I mean, not the tolls themselves, but the tolls, the bill could be double when you consider the interest and penalties. And that's E470. Now, I said before the break that the one thing about this show is that we absolutely have no one to protect ever. We have sponsors and we love them. We have the referral list. We love them. But you know what? We love them until we don't. But that doesn't normally happen. I think over the years I've maybe bounced 2 clients altogether. I mean, it doesn't happen often because we vet them beforehand and we constantly or continually monitor them. There have been times we've parted with clients on a friendly basis, but they were not my cup of tea. They did not, I don't think, handle things properly. They weren't dishonest, they weren't crooked, but not my cup of tea. So we parted as friends, let's say. Now, but let's talk about the biggest complaint I get about good and bad people, but mostly about good people. The biggest complaint I get. If I had to sum up all the complaints I get, what do you think the biggest complaint is? What do you think it is? I'm not talking about out-and-out ripoffs. I'm not talking about ripoffs. I'm talking about a complaint that is the most common complaint I get. That is pricing. I swear to God, people are just wild about pricing. Now, here's some of the problems. A company comes into your home. It's mostly services companies. Sometimes it's attorneys and other things, but what I don't understand is you're given a price up front and you approve it. You approve it. Why? Why would you approve it if you're questioning that price? Are you thinking, well, I'm going to sign it. Don't ever think this. Well, Tom Martino recommends him, so it must be the lowest price. That'll never happen. It doesn't mean it's the highest price either. But don't sign it if you don't like the price. If you have a question about the price, research it. Now, unfortunately, there's nothing at a bargain anymore. Nothing is a bargain. Not windows, not doors, not siding, not roofing, not appliances, not appliance repair, not furnaces, not water. Well, water heaters, we have Euro Plumbing. That's the one area where he's still doing some screaming deals. But in general, you're not going to find bargains. You're going to find value, maybe great rate systems at great prices, but you're not going to find anything cheap or inexpensive. You're just not, okay? That goes for auto repair and everything. So don't sign it up front and then call me and say, I was told by my brother-in-law that's too much money. Do research. There's nothing to prevent you from doing research before you call them to your house. Now, I know in an emergency, if you need something, you need a furnace or you need air and it's freezing out and all that, you tend to make a decision because you need it. But even in those cases, that can be prevented by simply doing some homework. In other words, well, not homework, proactive maintenance. Before it's extremely cold, and I mean, I'm going to be telling you this in about a month or so, start looking at your furnace. So if someone says, hey, you need a new furnace, you're not so damn cold and afraid not to get it that you have time saying, he says my furnace needs to be replaced and it's going to cost this much. And by the way, always compare and always shop. That's the only thing that will give you an edge. That doesn't mean you're going to find something cheap, but maybe cheaper or less expensive. The point is, don't call afterwards. I've even had people call. Listen to this. One person said $14,500. They had a furnace and AC put in for $14,500. And they literally told us that they thought it was $1,405, $1,405. Come on. Now, if you really believe that, you did sign something, but here's another complaint I get. And I don't know what to do about this, but I'm going to talk to our companies about it. Do you know that nowadays, when they have you sign, like, hold on. Yeah, you sign on these things. You sign on iPads now. You don't even sign on paper or clipboard. Some of them have them. So they put an iPad in front of you and say, here, and you see prices, right? And you see conditions, you sign. And that's the last you see it. The only time you get a copy of that is when they get back to the office and they email it to you. Now, I'm hoping there's a way you get it emailed to you immediately. In fact, I would want it emailed to me before I signed it. Or if I'm going to sign it, I want to read it. And it's very intimidating when it's on an iPad and they say, go ahead and sign. It's very intimidating. And then you don't get a copy right away. So all of these things are all new age. They're new, the way we do things now. But again, pricing is the number one complaint. The number one. Now, as far as financial products, as I say, we talk a lot about finances on this show. And I have a guest on today, and we're going to talk about that. But I will get to those questions that you asked, no matter how tough they are. Now, Phil, you have an issue with an Apple laptop. I want to ask you something out of curiosity here, Phil. Is it a new laptop?
Yeah, I just bought a laptop from Walmart. I seen it was on sale. It was like $300.
Wait.
It's
an Apple laptop? An Apple for $300?
Yeah, over at Walmart. It was on sale. It
What
was
model
like
is it?
$150. You know, I don't even know the model. I don't know anything about these.
All right, hold on, Phil. I'll come right back to you, all right? Cameo, I will. I'll come right back to you. Cameo, and you're calling about shop. Oh, I know what you're calling about. I looked up your call. You hang on. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, you want to know something? K&H Home Solutions is the people I would call for the best windows right now. And I've looked at them. Alpine windows made right here in Colorado. Commercial windows before, but now they're in the residential market. And K&H, the oldest home improvement company in Colorado, K&H is the one offering these windows. You will love them. Made right here in Colorado. Great pricing, but more than anything, great quality. Thermally insulated, and man, are they energy efficient, as with all K&H's products. KHWindows.com is the website. K&H Home Solutions, 303-421-7100, 421-7100. Now, I love talking about bathrooms, especially when it comes to Discount Bath, because they do the whole bath at a discount, hence the name, Discount Bath. I love when the name says it all. They'll give you prices up front. They'll show you what they have. They have imaging software so you can see what the bathroom will look like, whether it's a half bath in a hallway, a 5-piece bath, a whole bath, a big master bath, whatever it is, they can do it, and they do it at a discount. Their theory is simple. We can do great products, and we don't have to mark up each and everything, so we can give people discounts, and we're happy to talk to them about prices up front. So give them a call and find out what they can do for you. They're good people, and you can trust them. DiscountBath.com, 720-979-2322. That's 720-979-2322. You know who else you can trust? Because I'm telling you, of all the purchases I've made for my home, I've said this before, it's not that I don't like the other purchases, but nothing gave me the immediate payoff as QCcolorado.com. That's the whole house fan, quiet, cool. What it does is simple. It evens out the temps in your home. It does. With this whole house fan, keeping the air moving and circulating, it destratifies the air. That in and of itself, with nothing else, that alone keeps your air conditioner working less. But now, add to that the cool mornings and cool evenings we have in Colorado. You don't have to run your AC all day and then wait for it to cool down at night. So you see, a lot of people run it all day because they don't want it to get really hot. You don't have to worry about that with a whole house fan. Turn it off, leave the house, go to work. When you get back, no matter how hot it is, in less than 10 minutes, it cools down, and then your air conditioner can kick on when needed. You're going to save money. Let's just put it that way. QCcolorado.com, one of the best purchases I ever made. It's remote controlled, no wiring in the walls. They do it in like an hour and a half, and you're just going to love it, okay? 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419. Hey, Kachina.
Yes.
Cameo, I did find out. So her issue was with the courts, right?
Child support and also her bank account.
But I couldn't see anything in the paperwork you sent me. I didn't understand why she was sending me what she sent me. All it was a child support order.
Yeah, that's what she sent.
Yeah. But I didn't get what she was trying to tell me about it. I'll look at her call again.
Do you want me to resend it to you so you have it at the top?
No, I haven't.
Or do you have it?
I can find it. Hold on. Or you can send it. Either one. It doesn't matter. Either one. I can look for it, but if you have it, send it.
Kind of a convoluted email. Basically, the bank, her child support was being put into somebody else's bank account.
How the hell did that happen? That's weird.
I'm sending this to you one more time so it's at the top.
with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
With the Venture Card from Capital One, you earn unlimited 2x miles on every purchase. Plus, earn unlimited 5x miles on hotels and rental cars booked through Capital One Travel. Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino. Phil, what is your problem with the Apple laptop that you bought?
Well, she's got an old Apple laptop or iPad or whatever you want to call them.
Well, it's either or. I mean, it's a laptop or it's an iPad. I don't know what it is. Is this something you just...
It's an iPad.
Go ahead.
It's an iPad, but the screens were broken because she kept dropping it and breaking it.
Okay, got it.
Well,
Okay.
I'll buy her a new Apple pad, and it wasn't $300. It was $249. Anyways, it's a Pod 9. I don't know if you know anything about that. And it's a 64 SL.
Okay,
You
but
know
what is
what
your...
I'm
But
talking
Phil,
about
what is your
because I don't.
question about this iPad?
Well, I bought this for my wife's birthday, which is today, and I gave it to her, and she went in there and tried to transfer from the old iPad all the information to the new iPad.
Okay.
Evidently, it blocked her out or something. She put in the wrong password. She can't think of what password it was or anything.
For the old... So she doesn't have her Apple ID for the old iPad.
Well, she thought she did, like HH or whatever it is. I don't know. Like I say, I don't know anything about these computers or cell phones or anything like that.
Phil,
I just thought maybe you could help.
Well, let me just tell you this, okay? Usually, there's two things that could be happening. It could be her Apple ID, which would help her transfer everything over from iCloud, or it could be she can't even get into it because of her PIN. Do you know which one it is? Are they asking for her Apple ID or are they asking for her PIN?
They're asking for her code number, right?
Okay, that's a PIN, right? So in other words, when she started that old iPad, she had a PIN number she used, right? So when it's locked, she unlocks it, right?
Right.
And she forgot what that PIN number is?
Yeah. My wife's kind of not remembering very well.
But you can reset that if she has her Apple ID. Well, I think you I think you can with an iPad reset it. But man, those are really difficult. Hold on, I'll find out. But hang on, we'll try to get one of my Apple experts on. Hold on. Cameo. Welcome. Cameo, I remember you called me about your child care problem.
Yes, sir.
And as I remember it, did you tell me that your automatic withdrawal from Arapahoe County, the Arapahoe County collected from the father, and then it would be deposited into your account?
Correct. And every time I email or contact Arapahoe County, they're very rude. One lady said, "I'm going to hang up on this woman and make her lose her mind." I was on a recorded call, and I was still on the phone. And she's like, "Oh, I'm really sorry if that offended you." And I'm like, yeah, that definitely offends me, and it would offend anybody with the same...
What I want to know is this. How many payments are you missing?
At this point, there's 1 week that I didn't receive. The bank claims that it was in my account. It definitely was not in my account, or if it was, somebody withdrew it. The amount is different. I never have gone to court. Arapahoe County refuses to update my information. I have received... Okay.
That doesn't make sense. So let me get one thing at a time.
Okay.
You were getting monthly child care payments of how much?
$82.56 every week.
Okay. And then those checks were deposited into your account except for one of them. Is that right?
Correct.
Is this entire issue right now about that one check?
No, it's way bigger than that.
How many checks?
Well, the amount is in question.
I'm asking, hold on. I'm asking, how many checks did not get deposited into your account?
As of this point, one, I'm still waiting for a check for this week, but there's a lot of issues with Arapahoe County.
I understand that. I'm not asking that right now. I want one thing at a time. So you're only missing one check for this week?
Yes. July.
But, okay, now, is it reasonable to assume that if you received all the others, you're going to get the one for this week? Because when you called me on July 9th, it was obviously for that week. I mean, so you've since gotten that check. So do you think you'll get this check, the one that you say you're missing?
No.
So why? Why? You called me July 9th, okay? You called me July 9th, like 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks, whatever. And you said you didn't get a check, but you've gotten that check since then. And now you're calling me about the most recent check. Is that right?
No, sir. I did not get any payment for the first week of July. That payment never got.
Okay, so that's the check you're still calling about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So right now, you're calling about one check from early July that you never received.
Correct. There's that, and there's also there's other things in the mail from Arapahoe County that I was supposed to receive that I have not received.
Like what other things that you did not receive?
EBT food cards, so my daughter can eat.
Okay.
They were supposed to send one out.
Okay. So hold on, one thing at a time then. The one check for $82 that you never received, your bank claims you did receive it?
That's what the bank said.
And did the bank show you where it was deposited?
No, they told me to close my accounts, that he didn't want to deal with me anymore.
Cameo, can you look at your bank statement and see where the check was deposited?
Statement. No, sir. I wish I could. I'm not allowed to have access to my online bank statement.
I'm not asking about online, but certainly if you went into the bank, they would have to give you a statement on your account.
Probably.
Well, that's what I asked you to do last time. I wrote this down, that you were going to get your bank statements. You see, Cameo, if the money was deposited in your bank account, then it's going to be one thing. If it was never deposited in your bank account, it's going to be another thing. You're claiming that your bank, you said your bank is claiming that they deposited that $82 check that you said you never got. They say you got it. So simply ask them for the statement that shows the deposit, and then we can trace where it went. That's what I'm asking you to do. I can't do that. They won't give it to me. Okay. So it, you know, sir, have you since closed that account?
Yes, they forced me to.
They forced you to. Tell me, what is it that would drive a bank to tell you to leave? They don't want to do business with you anymore. Why is that?
So I asked them to print my bank statements because I wanted to see, because there's issues with claiming that my card is being used and processed in California. I said, this doesn't make sense. I live in Colorado. Why are there charges for California? And she's like, oh, no, that's an accurate charge. And I was like, but it's not, because I don't live in California.
Okay, so Cameo, how much was charged in California?
I don't know. I circled all the charges. This is the thing. This is why I want to sit down with a lawyer, because there's a lot of fraudulent things that happened. When I went to the bank, I talked to him about
Well, hold on a second. Hold on. You're saying that someone got access to your card?
To my card, my bank, something. I'm not lying about my missing money. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, you said you were missing one check. So if you count those charges, how many illegal charges were made on your account?
Quite a few. I'm looking for, I printed my bank statements, but...
Well, why didn't you send me this stuff when you sent me the email? You didn't send me anything that shows these fraudulent charges.
No, nobody asked me to send any copies of any of this, or else I definitely would.
Well, nothing. Okay, look, this is. We might need someone to call Deputy Dollar. We might need, Kachina. We need Deputy Dollar to do a conference call with her and her bank and simply ask for copies of her statements. She's claiming there were several illegal and unauthorized withdrawals, but she's not showing us that. She's just saying it happened. She can't even tell me how many. So Cameo, what are you looking at when you're telling me there were unauthorized charges? What are you looking at?
I asked them to print the bank statement.
No, I'm asking you, what gave you the first idea that these charges were made to begin with?
When my balance sheet when it was $30, and it.
Okay, I'm hearing. We can't communicate. So I need Dollar to call her. Here's what I know. What she's saying, that somehow her child support directly deposited into her account has been accessed. She has no record of that whatsoever, except of when she looked at it one time, and then they took away her access. Now, come on. Even with a closed account, they should be able to give us a complete written statement of her account. And then we can go through it and find out which charges she claims or which withdrawals she claims she never made. But without that, we have nothing. And I don't know of any bank that would refuse to give you copies of your statement. So hold on. 303-713-TALK.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 6:30.
I remember why this was frustrating, because she has nothing.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Over on the east end of town, I-70 westbound after Airport Boulevard, a crash blocking two right lanes as stop and go back from E470. We're seeing a 15-minute delay for folks heading into the Denver Metro from the east end. Otherwise, a beautiful drive throughout town. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds. I-70 eastbound, no complaints to the DIA area. On the north end, Highway 36 east and westbound flowing free to and from Boulder. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. It's another warm one today. High 94 degrees, partly cloudy skies. Overnight low of 64. The current temperature in Denver is 88 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Red Rock's Roof and Solar is a great complete solar company that handles each aspect of the system. Not only do they sell these systems and get you under contract, but then they guarantee an activation date, they do the installation, and they do service. So you can rest assured that you'll be taken care of with Red Rock's RS.com. That stands for Red Rock's Roof and Solar. In fact, commercial systems they can do as well. And they can do grants to help get them paid for. Call and find out more from Red Rock's RS.com, the complete solar company. 303-704-2449. The Art of Granite They're the complete countertop company because they will get you prices on the phone. Whether you want granite, quartz, quartzite, marble, whatever material you want, they'd happily give you a price right now. And on materials, they're giving away materials from their boneyard, from their their remnant yard. It's not seconds. We're talking about pieces left over from jobs. Some of them are big enough to do a whole small kitchen, a kitchen island, maybe a bar top. Whatever you want, they have. And you can get prices on the phone. theartofgranite.com. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919.
Lenovo.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah?
Who's your Apple expert?
I got him on.
Talking about iTed?
I got him on text right now.
Okay. All right.
Man, this is a nightmare.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck. Have you been thinking about selling your home? If you want the most money, call the I would call Troy Hansford. Troy sells more houses for more money than anyone in Denver. And his secret is a unique marketing system that's proven to get his clients the most money. Troy is so confident in his system that he will make you this guarantee. He'll sell your house at your price, or he'll write you a check. Now, here's how it works. You just meet with Troy. You agree on a price. If we can't get you that price, he'll pay you $5,000 guaranteed. Troy Hansford, he spends tens of thousands on marketing to generate demand for your home. Troy has hundreds of approved home buyers looking for houses, and they might be a buyer for your home right now. So give Troy a call at 720-900-4435.
bum, bum. Bum, bum.
Close in 7 days, so call Troy Hansford. Get more money at 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433.
Troy Hansford, RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
You have our word we'll treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Phil, I did a lot of research on this off the air with my Apple expert as well. Here's the deal.
I have my wife listening on the radio on the other end.
Sure.
Maybe she'll pick up the phone or not. I don't know.
But here's what I want to tell you, okay? You can't reset it. You can't reset it with an Apple ID. So if she forgot her PIN number or her code, I got bad news for you. The only thing you can do is reset it with a computer, and it will erase all her data on the old iPad. So she's never going to retrieve the information unless somehow you go to if you go to the Genius Bar, you make an appointment, they have some techniques to do it if you can show proof of purchase on that iPad, on the old one. If you can't show...
On the old one.
Yeah, but normally all they can do is reset it. It's really sad. If you don't have the code, you usually cannot get the old data. What does she have on the old iPad she wants to transfer?
I don't know. Bonnie, why don't you pick up the phone and talk to Tom? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Put her on hold. And put him on hold, Kachina, and see if Bonnie will come on the air rather than try to do this live. I want to talk to Jordan real quick. Jordan, we continually talk about transferring 401ks or IRAs that you've accumulated wealth and transferring them to something guaranteed and safe, like the fixed indexed annuity. Somebody asked a question, can't you do an annuity with regular funds? They don't have to be from a retirement account. Like if you have a bank account and want to peel off some money and buy an annuity, you can do that too, right?
That is absolutely correct. That's what you'd call a non-traditional and unqualified fund.
But it will still grow tax-free.
It'll grow tax-deferred, correct.
Tax-deferred,
tax-free only on Roths. But yes, tax-deferred, you're absolutely right. And then you pay the taxes upon pulling the money out.
Yeah, just like any annuity.
Just like anything, exactly. You can't escape. A lot of times you just can't escape the taxes, unfortunately. Uncle Sam's pretty good at that.
No, but even with a qualified account, the only difference is you deducted the money once to put it in there. But if you put a lump sum of money right now in an annuity from your bank account, you're not going to get to deduct the amount you put into the annuity, but all of the growth will be exactly the same as a qualified plan.
You hit it right on the head. Capital gains. That's and most of those products are going to be taxed as ordinary income, but also on unqualified, capital gains is a factor that people have to consider. So you're hitting the right button there.
Yeah, but you still grow tax deferred. You don't pay it until you start drawing it out,
which is beautiful. You don't have to worry about it every year.
We have more coming right up. Hold on.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Over on the east end of town, I-70 westbound after Airport Boulevard, a crash blocking two right lanes as stop and go back from E470. We're seeing a 15-minute delay for folks heading into the Denver Metro from the east end. Otherwise, a beautiful drive throughout town. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds. I-70 eastbound, no complaints to the DIA area. On the north end, Highway 36 east and westbound flowing free to and from Boulder. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. It's another warm one today. High 94 degrees, partly cloudy skies. Overnight low of 64. The current temperature in Denver is 88 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Hey, if you're looking for the best deal ever on water heaters, you're never going to find anyone who can touch these prices from Europlumbing, Colorado.net. They will put in a 40-gallon tank for $13.99, fully installed, a new flex gas line, and new water supply lines. And they'll tear out and haul away the old one. That's $13.99. $14.99 gets you a 50-gallon. You don't beat their prices ever. Why don't you call and find out more? EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844. Hey, estate planning doesn't have to be complicated. If you want a will, if you want a trust, if you need a couple trusts or a combination of a trust and a will, a living will, any kind of directives, all of it can be done through Keel and Park. And here's what's great about it. When you talk to Keel and Park and they go over your whole estate, that's all complimentary. Then they come up with flat rate pricing and suggestions. Then you'll know exactly what everything will cost. But all of it to find out is complimentary. Once you find out what you want to do, then you'll know the price. It's such an easy, simple way of doing estate planning. Keel and Park. LawKP.com stands for Keel and Park. LawKP.com. 970-818-8198. 970-818-8198. What a piece of shit.
Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
Weekdays 2 to 4, it's Ryan Schuling.
Stephen L. Miller, known as Red Steez on X, gives his cerebral perspective on the Dems switching out Joe Biden for Kamala Harris. Is it a stroke of genius or a desperation move? Tune in at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Hey, Bonnie, you have an iPad, an old one, and you have a new one, and you want to transfer data from the old one to the new one. Is that right?
Right.
But you can't open the old one because you forgot your key, your passcode?
No, I got my old one going, but I can't get my new one going.
Oh, wait a minute. Why can't you get the new one going?
I have no idea.
Oh, I thought Phil said you could not get the data from your old one onto your new one. So when you turn on your
That's what I want to do. I want to take the data from the old one.
Yeah, I get it. Now, the best way to do that, Bonnie, would be to take the data from that old one and load it onto iCloud so it's always there. And then you take it from iCloud and put it on your new iPad. But when you say you can't get your iPad going, what do you mean? When you does it turn on?
Yeah, they both turn on. But the new one just says hello, and then that's all I can get on it.
Okay. It says
But
hello.
the old one, she doesn't have internet. We have CenturyLink, and we're canceling them and going to Affinity on Friday. And I don't know if that's going to make a difference or not.
When you say you don't have internet, what do you mean? It's a Wi-Fi unit, and all you have to do is sign into the internet. See, you have to sign into your internet like you do with anything. Like you do with a computer, like you do with your phone. But once you sign on, you're there. But Bonnie, if you can hang on, I think you're with the iPad. There's a continue arrow where it says hello, and you just click that button, hit that button. Hold on, and I'll see if I can walk you through some of it. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino.
Only one more hour. Wait, shut up.
Why are we getting a YouTube echo?
And me, Marty Lenz. Don't settle for just any realtor when you can hire the team that sells a home every 2 hours. Call Gay Ribble and Empower Home Team. 833-453-SOLD. 833-453-SOLD. Visit gayhasthebuyers.com. Gayhasthebuyers.com.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Money. That's money. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. Well, come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We are here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little easier. This hour brought to you by Compass Insurance Group, home of the free insurance checkups, 303-996-9000, 996-9000. So anyway, on Apple products, let me just explain this to you. Apple products have a number of ways of storing data. You can store it locally on the iPad itself or the laptop or whatever, okay, locally on the unit. Or you can store it on the unit and in the iCloud, in the cloud, and then that account can sync all of that data to all of your devices. So let's just take something simple like pictures. Let's say you have pics, right? So you have them on your phone. They go to the iCloud, they come down to your laptop, they go back up to the cloud, go back down to your iPad. Everything is synced. So all of your Apple devices talk to the cloud, and they can sync your data. Contacts, messages, pictures, everything. Now, another way to do it is just on the unit itself. And if it's just on the unit itself, that poses a problem if you can't get in to the unit. Now remember, if you lost your PIN, your passcode to get into your iPad, if you did, you can't get into it to get your data. And since your data is not on the cloud, you can't put it on any other device. Now, if it was on the cloud, it wouldn't matter if you could get into any particular device because it's still in the cloud. Now let's talk about another problem, and I think this is a very simple one. That's what I thought Bonnie was calling about. But Bonnie basically has a new iPad her husband bought her for her birthday, and she wants to take the old stuff from her old iPad and put it on her new one. And she can do that. But she says she can't get her new one going. Well, Bonnie, you say that when you turn on the new one, all you see, it says hello to you, right? It like writes out hello. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me tell you that. Depending on the model that you have, the new one, when it says hello, there's either a home button you have to press, or there's a circle with a little arrow in it at the bottom of the screen, and you press it and it goes to next. What that's doing is setting up. It's going to ask you what country you're in, what language you want, and all of that. So that's when you say you can't get your new one going, I'm sure it's something that simple. And if you can't figure that out, it might behoove you to just get an appointment at the Genius Bar, and they'll help you set it up and transfer your data. They're really good at that.
In the meantime, Tom, I appreciate all your help.
Sure.
But I think that she would feel a lot better if everybody in the radio station would sing happy birthday to her, and then she'd leave me alone. Thank you.
Okay. Well, who's going to sing happy birthday, Kachina?
Well, wouldn't that be you?
Well, I need music.
We can't sing that song.
Oh, because it's copyrighted? Come on.
Correct.
You liar, pants on fire.
Not really.
Would we be blocked out for doing that?
The answer is yes.
Oh, man. Hey, Phil, no fooling. We're not allowed. Now, even if we sang it ourselves, right? We can't do it, right?
Correct.
It's a protected song, Phil. That's why in restaurants and stuff, they sing happy birthday, or they sing for she's a jolly good fellow or whatever. But we will say happy. How about just saying it?
Yeah,
happy birthday, Bonnie. How old is Bonnie, by the way?
Bonnie, tell Tom how long we've been married and how old were you when we got married. Tell him.
Yeah, how long you been married?
He was 18, and I don't know what I was doing.
He was 18, and how old were you?
17.
And how long you been married?
57 years.
Wow. That is wonderful.
Too long.
Hey, man. No. That's really cool. You've been married 57 years. Holy crap.
My whole life.
You know what? It is your whole life.
Hey, Tom, I was in the electronic business, and I remember talking to you. You always said, were you in the radio? Of course I was in the radio. I was in electronics. I fixed radios. I fixed TVs, everything.
I know.
When Fred Schmidt and Pistols were
I remember you, Phil, and I'm so happy we heard from Bonnie. It would be really better if your name was Clyde than it would have been Bonnie and Clyde, but it's okay.
Oh, yes.
Bonnie and Phil is...
Yes, Bonnie and Clyde.
I listen, that is cool. So, but really, on a serious note, though, a happy anniversary whenever it is. That's a wonderful thing that you guys have stayed married and you love each other, and he bought you a brand new, that's nice that he brought you a brand new, iPad.
iPad. Can you believe I paid $249 for that?
No, that's a good deal. You're probably an older generation, but hell, that's all that you need. I like you're a good guy. Good guy. That's wonderful. Anyway, so congratulations to both of you. Thanks for calling me. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want to talk to Jordan Ciano again. We had some questions come up. And we talked about annuities and stuff, and people ask, how much does it cost? Then I got another question on fax, a text here. I don't know why the hell I keep saying text. Let me see. Where is it? Okay. Where is it? Doggone it. It's about expenses. Okay. Your dad said, and I misquoted, your dad said it's 0.1%. I said, so if a couple had 500,000 squirreled away, it'd be 5,000. It wouldn't be. It's only $500 a year. I mean, that's
Correct.
Incredible. That's 0.1%. Yeah. Are those all the fees, or are there commissions on top of that?
Those are all the fees, Tom. The only additional fee that it could potentially be would be some of the allocation options, some of the choices some individuals might like. We personally don't advise these, but there's some additional allocation choices where you can park the money and how it's invested. Those could have additional fees, like 1% or...
Now, what do you mean? Give me an idea, like an ETF fund or something?
No, not per se. Like usually, like most of the accounts have like maybe 10 to 20 different ways that you can choose how the money could grow in the market. So like one could be the S&P 500. That's usually one, or gold, bullion.
Okay, but do those investment accounts carry their own expenses?
Some may, not all of them. Some have additional kind of limits that you could reach, like different higher caps, or some have maybe with BlackRock, because they like there could be additional fees on some particular ones that they might want to invest in. But we help all of our clients. We sit down with them every year to show them which ones that we prefer that are non-fee based ones, and some that might be a little bit higher if they really want to go that route.
But no matter what,
grow your money.
But no matter what, when you have this lump sum of money in an annuity, okay, let's say you have the lump sum in an annuity, it's growing at either a guaranteed rate or a participation rate, whichever's higher, right?
Yeah, so to make it the easiest way, I always say there's a left side and a right side. The left side of the 500 grows based off those allocations with the S&P 500, BlackRock, however you look at it, Dow Jones. On the right side is just what you're talking about, grows at a guaranteed rate no matter what.
And then what does it do at the end of the year? It takes the higher one?
Yeah, once the client decides to take the money, not the end of the year, but whichever one's the highest of the two once they take the money.
So these two are accumulating the life of the annuity.
Correct. You got it. So no matter what, I always say worst case scenario is the right side, the account B, that just always grows steady Eddie, no risk to go up or down or up and sideways. Whereas the market side, they can go up, but the lowest can never get to be a zero in a year. So
but if it gets zero, then it goes to the guarantee.
Nope. If it gets zero, then it's just kind of flatline for that account A side.
Yeah, but I understand that for that side. But at the end, when you start taking income, the account value is whichever one is higher.
Correct. That's the right way to say it. Yep. Whichever is the highest of two, whichever one wins the race.
So that's right. That's a good way of putting it. Whichever one wins the race. So you are tracking the account with two basically indexes. One is a guarantee and one is a participation in the market.
Correct. There you go. Yep. And that's when they decide to flip that switch on, whichever one's higher.
Do you know normally what it turns out to be? Is it usually the market participation or is it usually the guarantee?
Typically, I'll say as of right now, I would say the guaranteed side's been winning pretty high for probably the last, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 years. Because look at it this way. It starts, depending on somebody's age, I mean, around 55 is when it kind of really allows to start. 50, 55, it starts about 3.5%. And every 5 years, it steps up 0.5%. So as they get in their 60s, 65, you're going to 5, 6% guaranteed every year. So at the end, I mean, there's no 0 years, if you will. There's no flatline years, whereas the market side, you can get some stellar 20%, 30% returns, but you can also get 0 for a few years because the market crashed. So I will say the guaranteed side, as of late, we've seen that side.
Although I'll tell you what, Jordan, I don't know if I'm disagreeing, but the S&P has done phenomenal over the last 5 years.
Oh, I know. I know. And the nice thing is they get the best of both worlds because.
No, you're right. And then the bumper, the 15% bonus that you get, is that growing at the same rate on top of your principal?
Correct. You got it. Yep. So that's growing in addition to the 500,000, like you said there. You know, you'd have
and that's actually your money.
You got it. Every year, truly growing in there. It's there now. They have what they call like a 10-year window where the company doesn't want you to jump ship and go collect another.
Well, yeah, you can't take your 15% and say in a month goodbye, right?
You're right. We'd be out of business. I'd be doing the same thing, right? I'd be in Tahiti,
right,
doing that. But to your point, yes, it is your money. If you passed away, the money goes to your client, your loved ones, I should say, beneficiaries. But it is factored in the growth. It's factored in the accumulation, which is very different than some annuities out there.
And it's also factored into your income, right?
You got it. Yep.
So all they ask with the bonus is that you stay in a certain amount of time in order for it to be fully vested.
Correct. And again, that's their way of just, like I said, jump in ship for another company.
No, I get it. It's an incentive. It's an incentive.
It's yours.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you stopped in 5 years, you get the 50% of that, so on and so forth.
All right. We got more coming up. 303-713-8255.
Hear that? That is the sound of obstacles facing your business. But when you join Lenovo's free online membership program, Lenovo Pro, to support all your business tech, those obstacles just go away. Join Lenovo Pro for free. Visit Lenovo.com today.
Lenovo.
Unlock new AI experiences with Lenovo's ThinkPad X1 Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors.
I want to talk to John Fuller. John Fuller is my personal injury expert, myaccidentlawyer.co. Now, we use him on this show all the time because people call and say, I've been injured. I need to know what to do. What's my next step? How do I not step on myself? How do I not ruin my case? And John is used to answering these questions because he does it for clients all the time. People call him. And John, no matter how we look at it, people want to get paid for their injuries. That is the system of justice we have in this country. If someone injures you, they pay for your injuries. So the natural question has to be, how much is my case worth? People want to know. Is there a way of knowing, John, if they call you?
We can get pretty close there, Tom. If I know about the injuries, I know about the insurance that the other side has, and I have some idea of whether there's going to be any issues with liability, we can get pretty darn close. But sometimes we're wrong on the low side. Sometimes we're able to discover additional policies and additional coverage that can sometimes double, triple, or even quadruple our estimates because we found additional coverage. So the only safe way to find out is to let us jump in with both feet and give it our best shot to get the maximum recovery for you. And that's something that tends to get sharper and sharper as the case goes on.
And John, the good part is that it doesn't cost anything for people to call you to find this out. I mean, you don't even make them sign up to find out. You just give them your honest-to-goodness impression.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way we do business. We want to make our clients and potential clients feel comfortable that we know what we're talking about and we're easy to get along with. We're going to provide the necessary attention to focus on their case, unlike some of these other firms that have 1,000 or 1,200 clients. We don't. We're able to focus on our cases. And when we sit down and have those intake discussions, we go over all of these things, whether you hire us or not.
At the first sign of trouble, call John and notice the difference, because you will talk to an attorney, you'll talk to John, and he has pledged to take only the number of cases he can work personally, and he will evaluate your case. So you're not talking to some call center asking them, what's my case worth? You're talking to John, 303-597-4500, 597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co. All right, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is on board for you to discuss your retirement, all the elements of your retirement, growing a nest egg, protecting the nest egg, and long-term care, estate planning. They quarterback your retirement plan. That's what they do. They are financial advisors as well, and they're family-owned and operated people you can trust. Call them at any time to find out what they can do for you. rpcenter.com, rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211.
Hot one, too. Temperatures reaching into the mid-90s. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Let me go to some texting that we have. And I don't understand this one. Do Australians think, did we talk about Australians at all? Did anyone talk about Australians? This is for me. It's not for anybody else on the station. It says, Tom, do Australians think Americans live in the past? Or do Americans think Australians live in the future? I'm going to tell you what Americans think, who've been there. Australians live in the past. That's a very, 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 they're way behind us. Don't you think in everything? Australia? I mean, most countries are behind us. Have you ever gone to a country where you feel they're more advanced than us? Ever? In anything? Technology? Society? I don't know. I can't think of any. Really, I mean, if there's one thing you got to say about the melting pot here. We really took the best of all cultures. I mean, we really have. I mean, are we still proud of America or not? I mean, I am. When I say proud, I don't mean, like proud we're going to beat everyone's ass. I'm talking about it's a good mixture. I mean, I like the diversity and all of that. I like the cultures melding, and I like the advancements we have. I think we're way advanced, unless I'm missing something. Let's see, maybe, Swiss watches. I mean, I'm not kidding. Like what country can do anything truly better than us? Now I'm not talking about, like winemaking or foods or certain dishes. I'm talking about technology, vehicles, data, what else? Medicine.
I think my husband would have an argument to pick with you because
on what?
Tomorrow he would sincerely move to Japan.
For what? For everything?
He loves it. He loves the transportation system.
Japan's pretty advanced, but
the transportation system, just getting around and the different trains and it's all clean. Everybody is very nice, and they kind of go at a cadence that's not like us.
No, I know. I haven't been there, but I've talked to people.
It's amazing. I mean, from what he's told me, I've never been there, but he loves it. He would literally go move there tomorrow.
He would.
Yep.
Now, I was told that they're polite, but almost polite in an impolite way. like they're putting up with you.
Well, there's a language barrier there.
Well, not
sure.
just a language barrier, but like Americans, they put up with you and they're polite to you, but they'd rather not have you around. But even though they don't actually say that.
I don't think that's true about the Japanese people, because from what my husband has described, so when you go off of a train, there isn't this whole pushing and shoving and, okay, I got to get, ahead of you. And I have, because if you go to the airport and you get off the train at DIA, it's like pushing and shoving. And in Japan,
no, I know.
Everybody just files out in a very orderly fashion. And everyone is polite about it, and they wait their turn. And, there's not a whole lot of, I have to get here before you. Kind of
no, I know. Yeah. Now, by the way, speaking of places to live other than the U.S., I actually just recently had this discussion with some friends of mine. Now, we went to dinner, but then before that, I had other discussions on where people would most likely live or where they like to live. And there are a ton of Americans who love Costa Rica. They say that's a wonderful place to live. And there are a lot of Americans now moving to Mexico, remote parts. I'm not talking about, like the tourist attractions. And then Croatia was one that came up. Thailand came up, where Americans would go and live, where they love living. Oh, Puerto Rico, although that's kind of America, isn't it? But it's not. But I don't know if I had to pick a spot. I really don't know what it would be, other than America. But your husband would go to Japan, huh? Wow. Hey, Jordan, where would you go if you had to live outside the U.S.? Or not had to, but...
Japan is up on the list.
Is it?
I like Japan quite a bit. But Mexico, you're absolutely right. That's something I've been hearing.
Well, yeah. Well, you have roots in Mexico,
Yeah,
of course.
my heritage is Mexico.
Your dad grew up there, and he grew up in Mexico City, one of the biggest cities in the world.
Itself. Yeah, and honestly, as goofy as it sounds, I'm the only one. Well, not the only one. I'm one of the few in the family that don't speak Spanish. So that
really
would be one thing I have to.
How did you grow up without speaking Spanish with Joe? Wow.
I know. My grandmother, unfortunately, his mother had passed, and everybody had stopped speaking Spanish by they got to my sister and myself, and so I took 5 years of Spanish.
Have you been to his home? Have you been to where he grew up? Did he show you?
So yes, I had. Yeah, I've been there a few times, especially when I was younger. Our family that had lived in there don't live there anymore, unfortunately. But I would say Mexico. I wouldn't probably live in the city. I'd visit it, but I would go on the outskirts of, or the desolate areas like you're talking about, like cobblestone churches. The beautiful just water.
Yeah. So, can you explain, Jordan? I thought I did a good job of doing it, but maybe I didn't, because someone just texted and wants to know. you said there's a guaranteed account, guaranteed return, and then there's the index returns you can get, and then they compare, and you get the higher of the two. But so you never go to zero or lower than zero ever. But I'd like to know, someone wants you to explain the participation rate on the index.
Yeah.
Okay, so I thought I explained it, but why don't you do it?
Yeah, so participation is a great term to be looking at on these. The best way to look at it, and if I can just kind of give you an example, if you look at like a 401k, regular 401k, you're typically participating in 100% is what that means. Just so if you have $100,000, you get a 10% return. You know the math there, you get $10,000. Easy numbers.
Right.
Well, participation with these products, a lot of them have higher participation, and there are some annuities that go lower than 100%. But all this means is that if you earn in that same equation, like $100,000, and you earn 10% in the market, with our products, there's some that are 250% participation, which in that term would give you $25,000. So it just means more weight on your earnings. It's the best way to look at it.
So you don't get all of it. They share it with you, and that's their incentive to keep making higher returns.
That would be more the cap and the ceiling. But yes, the participation just means that your money's participating on higher returns potentially, or you can never go lower.
Oh, I thought the participation meant that you participate up to a certain amount.
No. Good point. Yeah, that's where the caps are. That is the ceiling.
Okay, then explain the caps then.
Yep. So caps, just like a house, you got a floor and a ceiling. So in our case, our floor on the, again, account A, the market side, is that 0%. Can never go lower than zero. Can never go negative. But the ceiling is where it's based off of those investment options, those allocations. So a lot of them have maybe 6% or 8% or 10% or even 20%. But that just means, to what you were saying, if the market returned 10 and some of those allocations are capped at 8, well, you're not going anything higher than 8.
Okay.
The company makes that spread, that difference, if you will.
All right.
So that's where it gets into the weeds a little bit.
No. But I understand what you're saying. But I wanted to kind of know that, by the way, as far as the difference. There's a cap rate. There's a participation. By the way, 303-713 talks our number, 713-8255. There is an interesting move going on, and I don't know how the market's going to respond to this. I'm not talking about the stock market. I'm talking about the retail market or the people making things. Dumb technology, they say there are a lot of people looking for older technology or dumb technology, as they put it, TVs that aren't so smart, because what they say is when they buy a TV, and it has like the smart hub on it, they don't necessarily want that. They want to be able, they don't mind putting a Google TV or a Roku or something on it, but they would rather have dumb stuff sometimes, or they're not interested in technology they don't use and it being there. It's kind of cluttered to them. And that goes for phones, cars, TVs. So there seems to be a growing market, and it's, believe it or not, among younger people, and this was done by Morning Consult. I always talk about these places. They do a lot of surveys, and they have found that now younger people are not necessarily wanting every bell and whistle. And even with a cell phone, beyond texting and video, they don't necessarily need a lot of the, as I say, bells and whistles. So I like dumb technology to a certain extent, and I understand what they're talking about when they say that they don't want a lot of stuff they don't use or a lot of bloatware. But anyway, that's an interesting trend. And I'm wondering if the market's going to respond to that. Will we start seeing products with maybe different levels of technology? You know, so you can get something that's dumb or something that has everything. 303-713-8255.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Slowdowns continue over on the east end of town. I-70 westbound after Airport Boulevard. We're seeing a crash blocking 2 right lanes with stop-and-go traffic back from E470, seeing a 15-minute delay through the area. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. I-70 eastbound, no complaints to DIA. South of DIA, I-225 north and southbound showing highway speeds through the Aurora and Denver Tech Center. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, another hot one today, high 94 degrees, overnight low of 64. Mostly sunny skies tomorrow with a high of 98. The current temperature in Denver is 90 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHEL.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
So, if you want great windows, you want K&H Home Solutions. They will have the Alpine windows, a thermally insulated fiberglass frame, and an insulated glass unit they call IGUs that are damn near like a wall. I mean, they are unbelievable when it comes to preventing leaks and drafts, and also thermally insulated, keeping the cold transfer or the hot transfers, and they keep your home comfortable. And those Alpine windows are made right here in Colorado, and you can have them installed by the oldest home improvement company in Colorado, K&H Home Solutions. So that's khwindows.com, and you will love, again, these windows, 303-421-7100. O'Brien Legal Services is a firm that specializes in real estate law. We have Brad on well, I know we have him on weekly, for goodness sakes, with all the real estate questions we get. He can review documents before closing, financial documents, maybe owner financing documents, partnership documents. If you're a big landlord and you need to know how to do things right, if you're having a border dispute, eminent domain, easement problems, anything to do with real estate, think O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com. 720-370-7388.
This is Jay with Excel Roofing. If you
That's 182-334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Regrow your own natural hair during Advanced Hair Summer Sales Event. AdvancedHair.com.
It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
John Caldera fills in for Dan with his take on the latest regarding presumptive Democrat nominee for President Kamala Harris and a preview of Joe Biden's address to the nation on Wednesday night. It all starts at 4 here on 630 KHOW.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You know what I found shocking? Because I was looking up some scams. I was doing a post on scams, and it's just that scams are at an all-time high. Of course, a lot of that has to do with technology. In fact, most of it. Most of the scams are coming from technology. We used to have scams, like the mail order scams. We used to have door-to-door scams. We used to have, things like that, okay? The driveway paving and all of that. We still get that, right? But most scams, most of them, are online. Of course, we have some phone scams. We still have the grandson scam or the a grandchild scam where they say, Grandma, this is, Grandma. And then they say, is this you, Tony? Yes, it is. And I got arrested or whatever. There's so many of these go around, but mostly technology. And what I found really weird is that with online shopping, this just floored me. 86% of the victims are under 60. In fact, a lot of them are 18 to 45. Now, wouldn't you think, maybe the younger people are more stupid, but no, I'm not talking about because there are more younger people online. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about of the people online. The majority of people being ripped off are in the age group. 86% are between 18 and 59. Well, maybe that's because you're saying, that's because older people don't go online. But anyway, especially the younger people, 18 to 35. Whereas business scams, 60 and above are more likely. But there's a little edge. More you get more ripped off as you're older for business scams. For investment scams, way more likely to get ripped off. Way more likely to get ripped off under 60 in your 30s and 40s. Investment scams. Wow. Jordan, can you imagine that? Now, why do you think people in their 30s and 40s fall for investment scams? They're trying to build wealth or something?
I mean, that's actually pretty shocking, that statistic, I'll be honest. I wouldn't have thought
I would have thought older people might be subject to that more, but
I would agree. But maybe I do see that, though, a lot more people, do want to make money very quick nowadays. And you see all these ads on YouTube or social medias on, drop shipping or anything that you could think of in the West and the winds.
Romance scams are younger people, believe it or not. I thought that would have been older. And when I say younger, I mean under 60, and I mean predominantly in that 20. Now we're talking 25 to 50 range, which is a middle age, young to middle age. And then you have tech support scams. That is all older people, almost all of them.
I have a story of one of my clients, and I'll share it sometime with you. And
what is
I've
it?
asked her, I would never use names, but it's been that exact scam, the tech scam. It was the Microsoft scam.
Did they get on her computer with her?
It was, I guess, something to deal with that. They already had it downloaded on her computer. The expiration of her security coming up. They gave her the number to call, and this is the worst thing about Microsoft is their number is nowhere really online, the right number. It all goes to another country, of course, and so you never know who you're talking to. But they got her for twice. They got her twice for over almost $50K.
Oh man!
And
my
it's
God!
So sad. I've helped her so much to get letters written to the people of the credit card companies, a HELOC loan she had, and they all said because they were on the phone with her when she went to the bank asking for the stuff, they all said because her physically walking in the bank, even though the guy was on the phone and said, don't trust anyone there, blah, 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 because she's an older lady, you said it earlier, they get scared, they get intimidated by these guys, and they won't return much of her money because of all that. It's sad.
As expected, fake check scams and job scams are younger people. Prize and sweepstakes lotteries are older people. Tech support scams, as we said, older people. Government imposters are almost evenly split. Government imposters like the IRS scams and all of that. But I was pretty surprised by some of those statistics. 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Slowdowns continue over on the east end of town. I-70 westbound after Airport Boulevard. We're seeing a crash blocking 2 right lanes with stop-and-go traffic back from E470, seeing a 15-minute delay through the area. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. I-70 eastbound, no complaints to DIA. South of DIA, I-225 north and southbound showing highway speeds through the Aurora and Denver Tech Center. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, another hot one today, high 94 degrees, overnight low of 64. Mostly sunny skies tomorrow with a high of 98. The current temperature in Denver is 90 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHEL.
Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options, Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
If you want a personal injury attorney to give you personal attention, you've heard John Fuller on this show. And right now, John says you can call and he'll go over your case and try to give you an idea of what it is worth. You know, there are times when a case isn't worth a lot of money. There are times when collection will be almost impossible. You don't have the right insurance. They don't have the right insurance. So he's going to be honest and straightforward with you. But what I like about it is you'll get to talk to him. In most cases, you don't even get to talk to an attorney. You go to some intake counselors or committee or call center. So John Fuller, if you want the lowdown on your case, what is it worth? What are the chances of collecting? What do you think you can do? What should be my next steps? All of that free of charge, no obligation. And if you do hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. John Fuller, Fuller Law. Find him at referralist.com or call him 303-597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co. Red Rocks RS.com. That stands for Red Rocks Roof and Solar. Red Rocks are the people that we turn to for expertise in solar. And right now, there aren't a lot of good solar companies. They come and go like the wind. You want someone who'll be around not only to install it, but to service it. And Red Rocks is doing commercial systems as well with grants that the federal government is giving businesses to get systems in. That's how much they want them. And Red Rocks has become somewhat of a professional and an expert at these grants and also tax credits and financing. So in addition to getting the system, help get it paid for, 303-704-2449, redrocksrs.com.
NBC's top Olympic moments and live hourly updates from Paris. Bring the Summer Games with you everywhere you go. Download the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. Only on iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
I listen in the morning because he's smart and witty.
Michael Brown.
Yeah, Brownie knows his stuff.
Tom Martino.
Martino gives great advice.
Ryan Schuling.
Ryan has strong opinions, and I like that.
Dan Kaplis.
And Kaplis, he keeps fighting the good fight.
On Denver's talk station.
The station I keep it on.
630 KHOW.
By the way, the numbers of Democrats are mounting on who will not attend the Netanyahu speech to Congress. I have a question, and I should have done this earlier, but feel free to text me. I want to know what Jew in their right mind would vote Democrat. They are absolutely abandoning Israel. Just an observation I made. I want to give out Jordan's contact info, but I wanted to ask, somebody just texted me, why did your dad say he's got 57 different kinds of annuities, fixed indexed he can choose from? Why 57? That does seem excessive. What does he mean?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So we have access and we're licensed to all those different companies. They're different companies. And so reason being is, just like anything else, a lot of companies, a lot of products are like revolving doors. They are great when you buy it because you're grandfathered in to them, but they could change. Companies could be better next year that we're not using right now. But the key thing is just age. Some people might want to take money now, 1 year, 5 years, 10 years from now. And that's why you need to have different tools for different clients, just to be able to fit the right company with the highest payout. And that's what we do. We run analysis for their age, their payout, and which top 3 companies are going to give them the most.
All right, thank you very much. Now that's mymoneymyway.com, 303-779-6600. mymoneymyway.com. Thanks, Jordan. Hey, listen, people, don't forget, you can call 303-MARTINO anytime, day or night. Get on the list. We'll get you on the air. 303-627-8466. Spread it around. Free help. 303-MARTINO. Thanks, B. Large. See you, man.
No problem. Have a good one, Tom.
See you, Katrina.
Tom Martino.